Welcome, 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 welcome. Welcome in, get to know.
Thank you. How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. Today I'm good. Just
Well,
worried
oh,
about you a little bit. Just wondering where you been.
oh, I know. I've just been working on a bunch of stuff and um, kind of excited about it. Okay, I'm a lot excited about it.
Sweet.
And yes, I did get your new email, and I did get all that printed up. So,
Okay.
um,
I wasn't sure because I forwarded a forwarded message that was already forwarded like 3 times. So
oh,
I didn't know
yes,
if I didn't know if the pictures got included there or not. So cool.
yes, there was 22 pages.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
Yes.
I did get them in uh, sequential order.
And I tried sending them in sequential order, but I don't know.
It's okay. They were numbered by exhibit, so it didn't make it too hard for me to figure it out.
Cool.
Let me turn this down just a little bit.
Cool.
So I don't know. I mean, do you really want to hang out for this topic? This is about alpha and beta males and misogyny.
Oh, I better get out of here. I'm not down for that.
Well, being that the last time I was here, we talked about the Andrewtate case situation going on. And so I've done a lot of deep diving into it and listening to a lot of his streams, watching some body language videos. And believe it or not, even in the body language videos, they really couldn't call him a liar. So, you know, is sometimes it seems like he kind of skates around the truth a little bit, but then again, these are some pretty harsh allegations that he's dealing with. And so for him, it's probably better off not to give up too much information to where, he still has something in his pocket for court.
Yeah, I mean, because even though he's not in jail at the moment, like he was arrested, he was read his Miranda rights, and they say, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. So, I mean, I know that's for here in the United States, but that doesn't necessarily mean that. That means exactly what it means. Like anything you say from here on out until this trial's over can be used against you in the court of law, and they will.
And they will.
You know?
And they will. And so he just needs to be very, very careful about what he does put forward as far as information goes. If I was him, I would kind of keep as much of it to myself as possible, even if people do want interviews.
Yep.
I would rather him not say anything that could possibly be used against him later on. That would be my biggest concern. And he's the type of male that really likes to get his information out or his feelings out. And he's very well spoken. He is very articulate. And you can tell when something is kind of making him uncomfortable because he'll start, like a little like wringing the hands instead of him just sitting,
he'll start fidgeting a little bit.
Yeah. You can tell.
Yep.
And thank you very much, Toe Jam, for that $5. Mwah. And I know I need to get on and game with you. I know I haven't in a little bit. I've just been kind of like really busy. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So, today's topic is alpha beta males. So, let's get your opinion before we start. How do you feel as far as the alpha male, beta male, and like misogyny?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with all of it, but there is a place and a necessity for all of it in our world. I mean, there really is. You know what I mean? There has to be. They wouldn't exist. They wouldn't exist if they weren't in some way, shape, or form, a necessary part of life for some people. You know what I mean? It's not necessary for all of us, but I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? But like I said, it wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't necessary. In order for us to understand something wrong, that wrong thing has to exist. So, you know,
Right. And I agree. So you have your alpha male, and your alpha male is more of the dominant male, the one that's like, head of household. He kind of like lays down the law, the rules. Then you have your more beta male. Um, and unless you're an okay, like an alpha female that
right,
is okay with always wearing the pants, then it's okay. But if you're a alpha female that's trying to be with an alpha male, then you might butt heads a little bit. Um, it's where that's where I think that the beta female or more feminine female needs to, find her place, and the alpha female needs to find her place. In today's society, I really my personal preference may be different than somebody else's. Um,
right,
so I'm trying to keep an open mind with this, which is really, really hard for me because I was raised a type of way to have an alpha male. And when you get
right.
closer to my age, a lot of women are more with that mindset, or women that
Yeah,
are older than me. So when we see the beta male or a toxic masculine man, then we know as an alpha female or a beta female, we're like, this doesn't make sense. Why is this male behaving a type of way? Or let's see, how do I explain it? So when a female that is normally used to submitting, right? When that
right.
female comes across a male that has toxic masculinity to them, or more of a uh, beta, no, and I can't even say beta, like alpha misogyny, I guess is how you would explain it. It's not even like a good kind of alpha male. It's the kind of like toxic alpha male. Um,
Because there
like
is a thing. Yeah,
there is, and those women like that, they're like they get confused because they're like, well, what's going on? You're supposed to be the head of the household, but yet you're behaving somewhat like a spoiled brat, a child. And it can be very confusing, and that relationship can get very toxic very fast, very fast. Those are the
yeah,
typically the type of males that end up being abusive because they don't know how to handle their anger, they don't know how to handle the frustration, and they don't have a good healthy release for that type of behavior. Like they don't know how to manage their anger in a constructive manner.
right.
And so
They don't know how to go hit a punching bag or go to the gym and lift weights or go fishing.
exactly.
You know, they just don't have an out for
I mean,
themselves.
should at this rate, I mean, even if it go play video games, do something to release
Yeah,
that extra tension, because you don't want to harbor that and then it like get worse, you know.
yeah. I mean, anything that sits and festers is going to not be good. You know.
Yeah, a lot of domestic violence situations come from that toxic masculinity, or from, and this even comes with like and really alpha female that's toxic, and or that tries to push that feminism on the male, and the male is more traditional, and they don't mix very well. They're just like, no, I would like you to be home, and I want to take care of you, and then she's like flexing her muscles, and he's like, what are you doing? you know so it
Yeah.
can cause a lot of conflict. And I'm kind of happy to see there is men trying to go back to that traditional lifestyle you know
Yeah. Yeah. And I
and
mean, that's the way my parents are. That's the way my parents' were. That's the way basically my wife and I are. But we're not so much, it's not so much that it's her place in the home. I mean, we basically both,
well, it doesn't
well, I mean, I've
necessarily mean
explained it
that
to you before.
the woman can't leave or anything like
Yeah.
that. It just makes it where she is more submissive to you versus her trying to dominate you all the time. And it's healthier that way. you know like
Oh, yeah.
it's not saying that like a beta woman can't work
Oh
or
yeah, yeah. I mean,
anything like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And I think that's
I
how
mean,
those women take it. Like they feel threatened by letting the man be a man. I really do. I
yeah,
that they're feeling threatened instead of them embracing that femininity in them. I think it scares them.
yeah,
And I think that's what's making a lot of really angry men at this point is because now they're competing with that and they shouldn't have to.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Absolutely, I agree.
So did you watch that video that I sent you?
I watched part of it. I kind of, when it comes to these kind of things, like I didn't know if we were going to be watching it, like you know what I mean, during the live stream or what. So I kind of like I don't I kind of like to get I like kind of like to get my opinion with everybody else, that hasn't seen it before. So like I mean, I watched part of it, but I didn't watch much of it. No, I didn't want
I
to.
I have to go back and see what video I sent you now. Because I know it was a good one. I don't even know which one I sent it to.
Did you send it to my number or to
Oh, I
my
see
email?
it. It's the Tucker Carlson interview. That's the
Right.
one I sent.
Yep.
And so, and this is an attorney, okay?
Right.
This is an attorney. Wait, let me see which one this is. Okay, no, that one wasn't with the attorney. I'll play that one too. So I recently watched one that was done by an attorney. Now, okay, so here on this platform, we do need some space of chaos, controversy. It helps bring clicks and views.
Right.
Um, it really does. If everybody was so agreeable, nobody would probably watch anything.
Yeah.
So this is an actually a really great video because it lets Tristan explain his version, his side. And it's so spot on to what his brother said. It's almost like they're reading from the same script, which, if you think about it, when two people have very similar to the same story, what does that typically mean?
They're either both telling the truth or they're both lying out their ass and they're on the same page.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
typically leans towards they're telling the truth area.
And the crazy part is when I watched the video on body language, uh, who is very well known for doing it, um, I was blown up. I was like totally blown out of the water about it because I was really thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, I'm like, I'm like, G2K, like, did you see his eyes twitch? Like I was looking for those little mannerisms in his behavior to see how much like he deviated from his normal behavior. And it was just crazy to me because I was like, I really don't see much. And he didn't either. You know, he was pointing out things like the raised eyebrows, the leaning forward and addressing the lady that did the BBC
Mm.
interview. And it was pretty interesting to watch him pick it apart and be like, oh, this is, he sat open. He wasn't like closed off and, really upset. He only got upset at her once in this because she was beating a dead horse after they had made the arrangement that the interview was going to be over something specific and certain questions because one, he can't say anything that's going to affect his case. And she kept pushing at him, poking at him. And I think he handled it very well because I probably would have snapped. I probably would have. I'd have been like,
I,
this
I,
is not what we discussed, and I'm done. Um,
right.
because I wouldn't want to put myself in a position to have to defend myself even more over information that is being put out on the web.
Yeah.
Um, so I think he handled it well. And he kind of tried to keep her in her lane because she kept trying to deviate off and try to be that alpha female. And it didn't work for him at all.
Mm.
Like he cut that off quick, which is, in a way, it's good. It's kind of like, hey, that would be like me saying, hey, G2K, this is what we're going to talk about. And then me go off on a tangent on something else personal about your life. You'd be like, that's not what we were going to discuss on the live stream today.
Yeah, I'd
And
walk
it
away. I'd be like, What the
And
fuck are you doing?
if it was something that was very personal or that could, really affect your family, you would put me in check. You'd be like, "Hey,
Absolutely.
this is not going to work." So let me edit this real quick, and um, that's not it. No, that's not it. Okay, it's that one. I'm like trying to think. Hmm.
What's up, Toe Jam?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I can't wait to play this video.
See, like I'd like to have one of these body. Uh, Holy shit! I shouldn't have looked at that. What are we talking about here? Body, body gestures, whatever we're talking. What is it? What is it called? Holy crap! Body
Uh,
language. Holy
body language
crap!
analysis. Yeah.
I would
So,
like to see one of them. Like I would like to see one of them like take like an interview that they haven't seen before and
hmm
turn the sound off and then have them read their body language just by saying like, okay, so now here whatever he's talking about here at this point in time, it's he's telling the truth or he's doing this or him by but not hearing what they're saying just by watching their body movement. You know what I mean? That's what I'd like to see.
right. I will play it. Uh, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Let me find it.
What's that? AMC. Hey, those are my initials.
Okay, so which one? Should I play the Tucker Carlson one first? Let me see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do, 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 do.
Do 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 do.
I know, I know, I know. Let's see. So I didn't realize. Okay, it's not that one. So let me go over here. Mhm.
3 weeks later.
3 weeks later. Okay, I know I'm
Hey, at
just
least
trying to.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, hey, at least you were on time today. I mean, it's pretty easy to make it on time when you don't have a live scheduled, you know.
Is that a jab? No, just kidding.
No, that's a straight right hook.
I'm trying to find his channel. I can't remember. Is it the daily? No, that's not it. What's the name of the stinking channel? Hold on. Okay, let's go back through here.
Okay.
I think this is that it? No, that's not it. Oh my gosh, I've watched so many videos, you have no idea. So, okay, here, what I'll do is I will do the interview first by the BBC until I can find the other one.
Okay.
And I will do the analysis, the react to it. Okay, not that one, though. I don't want Enigma. I want the other one. Okay, history. There we go. Let's see. Body language expert. Okay, it's the behavioral arts. It's the behavioral arts is what it's called. And I think he does a really, really good job. So let's say share screen. Here, sound check. Hi, AMC. Why are you leaving? He's leaving us already.
You know, it's only 1:30 in the morning where I'm at, sweetheart. I'm sure they're probably on the East Coast too. So.
Oh yeah, huh?
It's like 2:30, 3:30 in the morning there.
Okay, let's get this started. So this gentleman represents a alpha male, in my opinion. And this interviewer that's over here from the BBC is what I would call a woman trying to be an alpha female. And now you'll get to be able to see how these two mannerisms and behaviors completely clash.
I'm asking you a question.
Correct, but you're not the boss here, because I've allowed you into my house.
You have said you emotionally manipulated people here for your own financial gain.
No, absolutely not.
And I'm asking you about that.
Absolutely not is the answer.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Behavioral Arts. My name is Spidey and I use my degree in social.
So this is Spidey from the Behavioral Arts. I'll put his link in chat if you ever want to check out his other videos. He does an amazing job. I watched his shows that he did on the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp series. And I think he did a really good job on explaining. Did I lose G2K? I think he did a really good job. I think I lost G2K.
Sociology and psychology, my certifications in criminal interrogation and body language analysis, and over 10 years experience as an award-winning mentalist to teach people behavioral analysis and practical psychology on stages and television shows all over the world. After spending 3 months in jail in Romania while being investigated for human trafficking, controversial public figure Andrewtate was finally released and gave his first public interview with the BBC. However, it was a matter of seconds before the entire interview turned into a chaotic, uncomfortable conversation.
And so he is not joking when he says that it turns into a chaotic mess, because that's exactly what it does. Hi, Toe Jam. Hey, welcome up. How are you doing?
Oh, crap. Can you hear me? Can't hear you. Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Oh, yeah.
How are you doing this evening? Okay, let me get to this video. So yes, this video, this turns into a very, very quick chaotic mess.
confrontation. But what can the body language, facial expressions, and word choice reveal? And more importantly, what could have been done differently from a psychological and behavioral standpoint to make this interview more positive and a more open
Get out
exchange
of
of
here.
information to get a little bit more out of it? And that is exactly what we're going to be talking about in this video. Although there's some really great body language that we're going to talk about, when it comes to interrogation and interview technique, body language is just a tool. It's like the seasoning on top. It's not as important.
So how body language works. So he's a psychologist. So how this, I believe he's a psychologist. So how this works is you have like different little micro expressions that you make, like when you're lying, if you're upset, if you're overly excited, etc. And so he's going to explain how Andrew's behavior and mannerisms changed during the time of this interview, and how her mannerisms changed during this time of this interview.
Important as the fundamental questions you ask and the atmosphere that you set as an interviewer. So I'm going to be bringing my experience here as a professional interviewer who has studied with some of the best interrogators in the world, and we're going to talk a lot about the psychology of setting up an interview. Now in the video, I will not be looking at the clips that the BBC posted, because they posted a condensed version that was about 10 minutes long of the scenes that they wanted to show. However, Andrew Tate had his own camera set up, and that footage has been released as well.
And thank gosh that he did, because then it would have been a very biased and one-sided video just for the BBC. Welcome back, G2K. Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you still there? Okay.
So the full 38 minutes of that conversation. I will be taking clips from that full conversation because there are things in there that didn't make it on the BBC's cut. Now, before we dive in a minute, I have to give you my controversial topics disclaimer. So those of you who watch the channel regularly know that I'm personally not a huge fan of Andrew Tate. That being said, I'm very aware that there are kind and intelligent people out there who have been able to filter through what he says and learn valuable lessons from him. I'm also aware that there are kind and intelligent people out there who don't like him, will never like him.
Billy
I don't want anyone
Bongwaters,
who's looking to have a
welcome in.
respectful and kind discussion.
Welcome up, Toe Jam. Toe Jam, your mic is echoing, hun.
About a topic to feel unwelcome or invalidated here. That's not my goal at all. I'm also very aware of the fact that my personal opinion is just that. It's one person's personal opinion. The value I bring to this analysis is not my moral judgment. The value I do bring to this is years of experience interviewing and analyzing people from a psychological and behavioral standpoint. As such, I'm going to try to proceed as unbiasedly as I possibly can, keeping in mind that just because we think someone is good, it doesn't mean everything they do is good and they're always innocent. And just because...
And I like the fact that he is being very, very open-minded about this, because Andrew Tate has gotten a lot of slack, and a lot of really nasty things have been said about him. And a lot of people don't agree with his way of thinking or the way his mind works as far as how he likes traditional lifestyle.
Right.
Because we believe that someone is bad, it doesn't mean everything they do is bad and that they're always guilty. That being said, let's go.
Andrewtate,
Hello.
you've agreed to do an interview with the BBC today.
Yep.
The materials
And it
will be
starts
published
off
on
great.
television, on radio, online.
Perfect.
We are doing an interview with you because you're facing some very serious allegations,
Correct.
and also because there's a great deal of concern about the things you say and the impact that they have on young people, on women.
I don't think the concern's about the things I say. I think the concern is for the level of influence I have and the reach I have.
Let's start with the allegations. Have you raped anybody?
Absolutely not.
Now pay close attention to his mannerisms. Do you see how he's sitting with his hands like this? He's very calm, very relaxed, and he's answering these questions very direct. Watch his eyebrows. Watch his little quirks. I miss you, Billy Bongwaters.
Have you trafficked anybody?
Absolutely not.
Exploited any women for
Absolutely
money?
not.
Okay, so there is so much.
Absolutely not. Without a flinch. G2K
Looking
and
her
I both,
looking her dead in the eyes.
G2K and I, we went through this another video. Same thing. Same facade, right? That same, when he talked to the therapist, very, very solid behavior. Like it doesn't deviate, like doesn't get all nervous and start, doing anything weird. He's just very, very good. Very good.
Much happening right in the beginning. It starts strong. Let's start with some body language. So when it first starts, first words that are exchanged is, she says Andrewtate, he says hello. And let's just look at their faces, because in that moment they're both smiling. If we look at his smile, it's a big smile. We see the corners of the mouth going upwards. He's showing his teeth, and we see the eyes squinting a little bit. I wouldn't say it's the happiest expression I've seen where he's overcome by joy, but it's a pleasant expression on his face. He is signaling to her in this moment that he's not here for a fight. He's signaling positive intention. Now, whether or not that's actually true is yet to be determined, but
so like he was saying, like he's smiling, he seems welcoming, his hands are open, his chest is out, where he's just like, okay, let's talk. Now, mind you, they had a whole conversation before this interview ever took place. This is the topics that we were going to discuss. I don't want anything to affect my case.
Yeah.
The first thing she came off with was what?
Did you rape anybody?
Yeah. And if that doesn't put someone on the defensive immediately, I don't know what would.
at the very least, he's projecting that hello with a smile. If we look at her on the other hand, we see a very tight-lipped smile. It's a straight line. It's not going upward, so it's not a smile. It's
kind of like a
this
smirk.
kind of smile, very, very slight upwards. It's the epitome of
he's
just
I got you by the balls
smile
now.
that I have to give.
Exactly. And he says that. It's like that gotcha look, like, so did you do this? And it's that it's this persona. It's like, I got you on this one kind of thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep,
Oh.
I do. I get it. I see it too.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Because we're starting an interview, and there's no hello, there's no thank you for sitting with us, there's no greeting. It's just Andrewtate, and then she jumps into the topic. Now, this might be her style of interviewing. She might be overall someone who's
That would
pretty
put an
dry
innocent
and
person on
cuts
the
to the
edge.
chase and has no intention of
Not saying he's
sugarcoating if
guilty.
she doesn't like the person that she's interviewing.
He
But from a
seems
professional
very
standpoint, in
controlled to
interviews
be
and in interrogations,
guilty.
this simply does not work. You typically want to have a warmth. You want to try to create a connection, try to create a rapport, and slowly get the person to open up, especially when you're dealing with someone who obviously has a big ego. We know this about Andrewtate. She knows this going in. So if you're going to try to come in, and also, by the way, he talks a lot about body language in a lot of his content. So he's also trying to gauge where she's coming from with this. Is this just someone else who's out to get me, or
Exactly. That is the first thing crossing his mind, is he's watching her mannerisms and he's like, okay, I'm going to sit here nice and controlled and keep control of himself. He is not going to let, out of all the things that man's preached, he is not going to let himself get emotionally wound up. He's not going to do it.
That's the thing I like about him is he definitely knows how to hold his composure under some of the most rotten shit people can say about somebody. He still holds his composure.
Yes, he does.
It's
very
amazing.
well.
Yes, very well. Very well.
or is she ready to have an open conversation? If you observe some of the top interrogators in the world, FBI, CIA, or even some of the best interviewers, even just on television, people like Gayle King, if you look at their behavior towards the person they're interviewing, you can never tell if they like this person or not. They're always talking like they're on the person's side. They're being empathetic, they're being social, and they're trying to see things through the person's lens. To follow down that path, you'll notice that she says Andrewtate and then jumps right into the topic, the accusations, what's going on, the nasty stuff. Whereas,
and as an interviewer, would you do that? Like,
No.
would you just jump in and start like, so, G2K, did you do this? Or would you like rather be kind of warmed up to the idea first? I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of I mean, I don't know how many years of experience she has on interviewing people, but it doesn't seem like either she was really nervous and uncomfortable because maybe she's not going in with an open mind. She is going in already judgmental. She's not
Right.
even trying to hear if he's innocent at all. All
Right.
she wants to hear is, "I'm guilty."
Right.
That's
Now
it.
see, I haven't seen this interview yet. So, like, she's either not very experienced, like you're saying, at being a reporter, or she came into it thinking that she was going to dominate him, and he's already basically shut her down, and she knows that. She's trying to. I mean, she's trying to stand in there with the big dogs, and she can't. You know what I mean?
And he's well trained mentally and physically because of what he does.
Yeah. I mean, for real.
And for you to go in up against someone that is like that, that would take that would actually take, it would have been better for him to have had a woman that was more submissive to get him warmed up to the idea to even talk, to even want to, you know, be softer about how he's even speaking to her, because he is very direct, and he's direct anyway. So she is not helping his directness at all.
He just got out of jail, and he was very vocal about the fact that this was an unpleasant experience. If she took just a minute to talk about that and say, you know, you just got out of jail, you were in there for 3 months, that couldn't have been easy, why don't you tell us about that?
Exactly.
Give him a chance to talk about that, give him a chance to feel heard. You open up the door for him to cooperate quite a bit more. Now, I'm not saying guaranteed that's going to work, but it increases the odds dramatically more than Andrew Tate, and then just jumping right into the accusations. 30 seconds into the interview, she says, there's concern about the things you say and the impact it has on young people. And he immediately corrects her. So we're gonna make it 30 seconds into the interview without him correcting her. And he says, I don't think it's the things I say, it's about the influence and the reach I have. Is it? Is it not the things you say? I feel like it's the things you say. No, in all seriousness, I do believe it's a mix of both those things. It's definitely the things he says, because there are a lot of people that have massive influence and we're not concerned about the influence they have on the younger generations. So it is the things.
And again, this goes back to what I was saying in the beginning about how our society has gradually changed away from the alpha male, beta female, and the traditional family, the traditional relationships. And when you have a woman that feels that she's alpha, conflict.
Yep.
It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. Prepare yourself. For those of you just coming in, please hit that like and subscribe button.
He says, but it's also the reach, because if we saw someone on the street corner just yelling out some of the things he says, we wouldn't be that concerned. We just walk away and that would be that. So he could have let that one go. Like, he could have let her go more than 30 seconds without cutting her off and saying, well, actually, I don't think it's quite that. I think it's rather this. And, you know, going off already on a tangent. He could have just, what she said was very acceptable. There's concern about the things you say. Yeah, but see, this is what I'm saying. It's very possible that because she started the interview with this flat smile, no greeting,
Welcome
jumping
in,
right to the
Arizona
topic,
traveler.
he's already ready for a confrontation. And that's what we're going to get, a lot of confrontation. Then she gets to the actual accusations. And she rapid fires all three. Did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? And we get an absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. And I know there are people who are watching this who are going, Spidey, tell us if he's being honest or deceptive in that moment. Now, I'm not one of those body language analysts who wants to encourage people to believe that we have the ability to always know in every situation based on behavior if someone's lying or telling the truth. That is absolutely not the case. And if you see someone out there,
and it would almost be like a near miss for us to, or for him to make that judgment call. We don't know what kind of training he has. We weren't there. We can't make any accusations if he is guilty or not guilty. We just have to look at it with an open mind, an open perspective. And he is one of those guys that are like, hey, this is what men should do, and this is how men should behave, this is how women should behave. And he does have that traditional thinking. So, when you and she came right at him. She came right at him, G2K. Oh my God. I was
Yep,
like,
she
are
did
you
too.
freaking kidding me? I was shocked.
Yeah.
I how could he not want to be defensive like almost instantaneously? He could have let it slide, but if
It's
he
like,
lets it slide, then that's giving her the door and the okay that she can continue doing that. And he's not
yep.
going to go for that. And she should have
Well, if
researched
you let
him.
me slide, if you let me slide once, yep. If you let me slide once, we'll do it again.
Exactly.
Claiming that they can always use behavior to always know if someone's being deceptive or honest, I'd be really cautious before listening to that person. And I know there are going to be people in the comments who are going to say, oh, I can always tell he's definitely lying or he's definitely telling the truth. No, that's just not the way it works. I'm sorry, especially because in this case, we have 3 rapid closed-ended questions. And typically in interviews, I want to use more open-ended questions. Closed-ended questions have their place. In other words, yes or no questions with a quick answer have their place. But with open-ended questions, we can really give the person a chance to, formulate that answer and see if we're seeing.
And for those of you that are just coming in, also when you have a open-ended question versus a closed-ended question, you have to look at the scenario as how are they responding? Are they responding in whole sentences? Anything can skew even a like lie detector test, or they also call it like a heart rhythm test to see how they react. If they're allowed to answer in long sentences, it gives their heart rate time to drop down, so the stress test would pass. If they are yes and no questions, period, then it doesn't give their body time to work off that energy. It is very, very direct, and that's what they're wanting to see is the change in rhythm, the stress levels. And for those that are sociopaths or sociopaths, psychopaths, they don't have the ability to register like emotion.
Empathy, they lack empathy.
So they could do something wrong but not feel the remorse for their action and then pass the test, which can be very confusing and very skewed.
Anything where we need to dig a little bit more. So look, behaviorally, there isn't much going on. He's giving straight answers. On the second question, we see a quick flutter of the eyes as he says absolutely not on that second one. And if there was a lot more going on in a more elaborate answer, and I saw a lot more
we saw that flutter of the eyes in the other video.
Of deception, I would say, okay, there's something to look into here. But one flutter really doesn't mean much. Flutter is something that happens when we're processing information. It also happens when we're getting worked up. So there's a lot of reasons that could have happened in that moment. It's an isolated behavior.
I've asked you a question and I've allowed you into my house.
I'm asking you a question.
Correct, but you're not the boss here because I've allowed you into my house.
I'm asking you the question.
Correctly, and I'm telling you.
You get to decide the answers.
No, we're equal here. I've allowed you into my house. You don't come here with a position of authority. I'm doing you the favors.
Like I just want to like turn my head and like be like, yeah, I would want to like creep out of the room. I am that submissive. I would want to like crawl out of the room if I was her, but she's barking at him. You don't think that he's going to react? She should know this. If she did any research on him with that little file notebook that she has, you would know his mannerisms and how she's handling it is going to get her nowhere. I'm almost scared to push play because it is like, makes me want to crawl under the table for him. Not him, for her.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Andrew, I'd be more than happy to like interview and just let you speak your piece. Yeah. I promise
100%.
I wouldn't jump down your throat. Just saying.
Nope.
Legacy media giving you relevance by speaking to you.
All right, so here we have one of many moments where he puts his foot down in trying to establish what the relationship is here. This happens numerous times throughout the conversation.
And mind you, they had a discussion before she ever came for this appointment, for this interview.
Yep.
There was guidelines, and she already crossed the boundary with the first 3 questions. Then she's trying to bark at him like I'm the one asking questions, and he's like, whoa, I let you in my home. I welcomed you here.
Like, we're not even in your studio. Yeah, we're not even in your studio.
He wouldn't have
lady.
been able to leave because he's on house arrest at the time. He was on house arrest,
Right.
but they could have still done it outside, or, you know, it's just, he didn't have to do it at all, to be honest. He
Yeah.
could have been like, no, I'm not doing an interview. But he accepted the offer. And the way he's being treated, considering he's like, okay, I'll do this for you, but then you're going to treat me like this? Come on.
And let's start with what leads up to it. So when he says, I've invited you into my house, look at those eyebrows. So a lot of the time when Andrewtate talks, the eyebrows are down here. Especially if we look at other interviews, there are times where he does full interviews where he spends almost the entire time with the eyebrows down. In this interview, those eyebrows are going up quite often. Now, in social psychology, there is a ton of research about the eyebrows going up. I will leave some links in the description if you're interested to learn more about why we know this. But basically, in social situations, when eyebrows go up, it means one of 3 things, typically. 1 is emphasis, when we emphasize something. 2 is surprise, when something surprises us. And the 3rd is some kind of social connection or social approval, and basically showing social good intention. Like when you greet someone, very often those eyebrows go up. In this moment, I think it's a mix. I think it's emphasis, like he's emphasizing that he's allowed you into my house. But I also think there's a social element to this. We see him extending his hand, almost like I extended an invitation to you. So it's that kind of unspoken like greeting. I greeted you into my house. Then she says, yeah, but I asked you a question. And that's where this confrontational thing goes sky high. So he says, yeah, but you're not the boss. First of all, there's a drop in his tone, right? He's talking up here and now it's, yeah, but you're not the boss. He slows down his speech.
And this is where he is like going to assert that dominance and put her in her place.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
I mean, if it was you, how would you feel?
disrespected, like she spit in my face, and well, she'd have been lucky to still be sitting in my house.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, there's no way. I'd have been like, get your stuff.
I'd
I'm
have been
done.
like, get the fuck out. Yeah, get the fuck out.
The only
Like,
problem with that is he knows that he has taught thousands of men what not to do. And so now he
Yeah.
has to remember, okay, I've taught all these men to control their anger and to be able to be assertive. He has to practice what he preaches. If not, then he'd be full of shit, right? So now
Yeah.
this is where he has to like back up and be like, okay, let me review this real quick and try to get her on a level where they can communicate and it's not button heads. Scary. Like, I want to crawl under the table.
And he brings the tone down and he leans forward as he says that. And it's a brisk kind of leaning forward. And he's a big guy. He's a kickboxer. So it's quite intimidating for him to like lean towards her like that and drop his tone and look at her and go, you're not the boss here. And for a quick moment, if we look at her in that moment, we see her eyes open up very quickly. We see the lips pull back and we see a vein on her neck.
Right now
here
she's
just
like,
for
oh,
1
shit.
second, just go like this. Like we see it
Yep.
pop. And I think for one moment, she's startled by that gesture. It happens right as he leans forward. I also want you to notice in this
You can
moment,
tell
his
her
hands
blood
are
pressure's
together,
raising
but
by
they're
the
doing
vein.
something different. Most of the time in this interview, they're together like
Yeah.
this, pretty calm, just resting there, which is a comfortable, confident position. In this case, the fingers come together and we're seeing this rubbing, massaging gesture. There are
Okay.
a lot of different words in the
So do you see what he's doing
Yeah.
with the rubbing of his hands? That's like a self-soothing. He's like, okay, I need to bring my blood pressure back down. You
Mm.
know? Yeah.
Yep.
research for this type of gesture, but they're often called adapters because we're adapting to an emotional change. They're called manipulators because we're manipulating a part of the body. They're called self-soothing gestures. but they're basically massage-like repetitive gestures that we use to calm ourselves down when we're feeling stressed or tense. I think the reason it's happening here is because in that moment, he's feeling that anger spike as he leans forward and his tone drops. And as someone who preaches staying calm and collected and staying in control of your emotions, he knows that wouldn't be a very good look. So we're seeing this adapter kick in because he's just trying to calm that anger down. What's astounding is that that's not the only time that this happens. Later on, again, when they're talking about the dynamics of the conversation, we see the exact same behaviors. We see that lean forward and we see the massaging in the hands.
Well then we need to change the dynamic of this interview because, and I'll make this clear, I allowed you into my home. I'm doing you a favor, giving you the first interview I'm giving to the public. You don't come here with a position of authority. You're not the police.
Same topic, same gestures. So my confidence is pretty high.
Did you catch that? He did it again. He's trying to be open with her and calm himself down so he can be willing to be able to communicate with her, but she keeps barking at him. So it puts him back in that state of mind of self-defense.
Yep.
That's his defense mechanism. What else would you expect? You just chewed off his head and you're basically accusing him. You're making him as guilty, even though there's been no hearing.
Yeah, there hasn't. He hasn't gone to court yet. So
there's no conviction yet, and so he's like, okay, I'm just gonna stay calm and try to get through this. I'll just make it fun, and basically she's competing with him. He's competing, and he's a competitive guy.
Yeah, the shitty thing about this though is I honestly don't think that he's going to be convicted. Okay, I don't. Do I think he did it? I don't think so. But
I don't think he did either.
But that doesn't change the fact that he is now, doesn't matter, for the rest of his life, he will be labeled as that.
Yes.
Somebody out
sad.
there, it's fucked up.
Because he was arrested on it, that's pinned to him.
Yep.
Unless there's a way he can have that removed. But people, there's video clips of it. It will never go away.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, even if he has it removed from the court, like look at what we're doing right now. Like this video right now that we're watching, we're showing it out. We're putting these accusations out there that these other people are making. And like, you know what I mean? There's no way it'll ever go away from his name. In 100 years from now, people will look up Andrewtate and will look at it as a sex trafficker or as a trafficker.
The only thing that we can hope for is if he is innocent and he does get off on it, that at least it'll say, was found innocent. Now, I don't know if you know this. So I came across another video with Miss Candace. And she made it very clear, which I could also play this evening, that this was not the first instance by this said person that made this accusation. He is not the first person she has done it to. He is like number 3 or 4. She has done it before. And one of the gentlemen is doing 20 years in prison right now because of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is like calling wolf, and I'll have to show it to you. I'll show you the video and then you can make your own judgment call from that. She did a really good interview with him, and the way she picked it apart was amazing. And it was explained that this is why she chose to do that interview, was because they were able to get up the evidence of multiple people saying the same thing, that she was trying to not embezzle, but to get money out of them, monetary gain.
Blackmail, basically.
Yes. And
Extort.
it's pretty sad that extortion, exactly. And it's very sad that women are going to this extent to make money. It really is. For whatever reason that them two chose not to be together or not to continue the relationship or whatever, didn't mean that she had to take it this far.
Yep.
And after watching that video is when I was like, oh, there's a history of this. If it would have been the first time or something, it might have been a little bit more believable, but me, you know what my channel, you know what my channel is about. And my job is to find help for these type of women. But when women use it in an abusive manner, How can we take them seriously?
Yeah.
You know,
Can't.
I know it's terrible.
Yep. It is.
That's what we're seeing here with these adapters. Now, after that lean forward, when he says that, as she continues to talk, we see something in her facial expression that we're going to see a lot throughout this conversation, where her head is kind of turned away from him and she's kind of looking at him like this, off to the side. In psychology, we call this looking askance, but the more common term is side eye. It's consistent with disapproval or distrust. Like, think about when you're skeptical of something, you might look at it like this from the side, you're trying to figure it out, but it doesn't have your full attention. That's what that gesture typically means. You'll also notice as she's looking at him, she's got the eyebrow flashes going as she says, I'm asking the questions. I think this is emphasis, but I also think there's a social element to this, but not the most obvious one. When I talk about social connection, social approval with the eyebrows, there's also situations where it's not necessarily positive. Like, think about a kid who's doing something and the parent looks at them and just goes like this, like, you have my attention. So it's the same eyebrow flash.
Do you see that? That's the same eyebrow.
Yep.
Like, young man, like, maybe it is because he's younger, so she's expecting some kind of authority, but at the same time, he's an alpha male, extremely alpha male. And so he's like, oh, no, you're not going to do this to me. Especially when he portrays himself and that is just him all the way around. We know that he's very loud and boisterous about who he is. And she thinks she's just going to walk in and be like, oh, no, we're not going to do it this way.
Yeah, this is my house.
Yeah, exactly. She walked in there like she owned it.
Yep.
It's the same eyebrow flash of letting someone know you have my attention. Hey, how are you? But it's not in such a positive way. And I think that's what we're seeing here. It's this kind of, yeah, but this is what's going on. I'm the one asking the questions. Like, I've got my eye on you. Let's really quickly talk about this I've invited you into my house thing, because he's going to bring this up a lot throughout this. So I'm going to argue that, and then I'm going to argue my argument. So the argument to that is that he didn't have a choice. He's under house arrest, so they had to do the interview at his house. The counter argument to my counter argument is that he didn't have to do this interview at all. So he does have a point in saying that I invited you here for this interview. It's not 100% what it seems like he had a choice of places. And he says, yeah, come on over here. Let's do the interview here. He couldn't have done it anywhere else, but he didn't have to do it at all.
So there's other places in that same website where you say convincing women to take part in some kind of business arrangement doesn't work long term because they're emotional. You've got to get them to fall in love with you.
Once
That's
again,
coercion, that's emotional manipulation, that's abuse.
what you found are clips from the internet.
So again, she's making accusations that this is abuse. So again, she's being accusatory with him about his behavior. And we all know how things can be taken out of context on YouTube. You could say something, and then next thing you know, you're like, that's not how I said it. That's like clipped together. Right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And his hands are back at that peaceful state too. At his normal stance, that triangle normal stance. So he's like, okay, he's holding it together. I wonder if that stance that he's doing, if that's his way of, by putting pressure, it's giving him the ability to focus. I'm actually willing to like watch his fingernails, see if they change color, about how much pressure he's actually using to get his body to relax, to go in like a Zen mode.
Oh yeah. I mean, just look at where his paws at right now. I mean, like the tips of his fingers, they're bright white. The next knuckles down, they're bright white.
Mm-hmm.
His thumbs, you can see that he's putting some pressure on his hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's definitely focusing in on that. Trying to focus in on that so he doesn't freak out.
Aw, Arizona traveler. Oh, don't go anywhere. Mwah. Don't delete your channel. Okay, let's play.
Oh, yeah. Don't
Some
let
text
anybody
from the
make it.
internet, and you're going to sit here and tell me that that's the reason I should be
Your
put in jail.
website, your words.
It's not my website.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Check my website. Next.
I'm saying that you have said you emotionally manipulated people here for your own financial gain.
No, absolutely not.
And I'm asking you about that.
Absolutely not is the answer.
All right, love that clip. So I had a lot of questions when I first saw that. She claims that he has said that he gets women to fall in love with him
Accusations.
in order to assure that they are invested long-term in this business that he has with them. And if you look at his answer, typically when a statement is made or a claim is made that he knows didn't happen, that he didn't say, we get very direct denials. We get very like, didn't happen, no way, straight to the point. In this case, we got something that really got my curiosity. First of all, there wasn't really a denial. He says, you just found clips and texts on the internet and you think that those are reasons that I should be in jail. He's not denying that he said that or that a clip like that should exist. He's just turning it around on her and saying, you think I should be in jail. Then she continues to...
So you heard what he said, right? So do you remember when I kept saying she's being accusatory? So she keeps accusing him. This is now the fifth question where she goes into that direct, so you did this.
Yeah.
Not even being like, so what were your
She's making
feelings on this?
Yeah, she's making a statement, not asking a question.
Exactly.
Even though it's the question that she's asking, she's making a statement rather than asking him the question.
And she's trying to say, well, she's like looking at her notebook, like right here, you said this. And he's saying, well, you found some clips on the internet from years ago. And not only that, but okay, so like when I first started my channel, my behavior and my mannerisms were different, just like you. And as the longer you have your channel, the more people that are watching, you learn to tone things down, change it up a little bit, be a little more professional, whatever. And so when you take that into consideration, he went from having like, 300 people watching a show to tens of thousands of people watching a show. He's like, okay, well, maybe this isn't quite right for me to say anymore. Maybe this isn't professional.
Maybe he just said it at a point in time in his life that he was young. And what are we going to condemn somebody for? If we condemned everybody for shit they said when they were younger, we'd all be condemned.
And it's not like he's old. I mean, he's still fairly young. I believe he's only in his 30s. I mean, and he's right. Like sometimes like when you first start up, you say things, to get people's attention and get people to watching and this and that. And then as you have more people watching you, you realize that you have such a large influence on a larger group of people that maybe you should change up the way you talk a little bit, because goodness knows you could go viral the next day. And next thing you know, you have tens of thousands of people on there watching you. And your influence on others can make or break a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
So I do think this has a lot to do with how society is right now and how they are, being alpha, beta, misogynistic. And I think that they really take him as that. And I think that he really is trying to just get men to be more masculine, not necessarily mean and abusive. That's just my opinion.
I agree.
To ask and says, it's on your website. And he goes, nope, not on my website. Go check. Again, there's no denial that doesn't exist. He's just saying it's not on his website. And then again, after a third time, he flat out finally says, when she says, you've admitted to emotionally manipulating people.
And I think the reason why he says it's not on his website was because it was probably on a YouTube clip somewhere. And he remembers that, nope, it's not on my website. This is misinformation and it's misleading. Yep. And he's being vague about it because then he's going to have everyone going and checking out YouTube or wherever that clip was posted. So
yeah.
He's being vague. In other words, he's just being vague about it. He's not being, well, this is where to find it. And he's
not being upfront about it.
And he's doing really good about, because typically someone that is not alpha dominant would go and try to defend themselves. We have a lot of those type of issues here on YouTube where someone will say, well, you're like this or you're like that, whatever. And you're like, no, it's really like this. And then we start getting defensive. He's not going to get in defensive mode. He is going to go back and try to, redirect the conversation back to where it should have been to begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, it still makes me want to crawl under my seat. I'm not kidding.
people, he says, no. Now we finally get a denial after 3 times. This is a really great example of why baseline is important, because this is not the way he typically denies things with full confidence. Eventually it gets there, but it takes a long time. So to me, this sounded weird. And I was like, there's got to be something out there where he's saying something close to this. And as I was doing my research, coincidentally, one of the members of our community here at the Behavioral Arts, Mercedes Veronica, sent a comment and said, hey, check out this video from a lawyer on YouTube by the name of Bruce Rivers, who is an awesome lawyer on YouTube who creates great legal content. And I went and watched this video.
G2K, your mic, oh, there, your mic is like clipping. Remember I was telling you about the lawyer?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, your mic is like robotic. So I remember I was telling you about the lawyer. Well, this is a small snippet of how the lawyer was reacting to something he said, and the lawyer's the one that found the clip of him saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might have to like reboot your mic.
Okay.
Video, and again, through pure coincidence, he had that exact clip. Take a look.
There's no such thing as having girls who work for you who you've not f***ed. It's impossible. You have to f*** them and they have to love you. It's essential to the business, because otherwise women have no loyalty. If you sit and say to a man, look, I'm going to show you how to make unlimited money on your computer from home, and we're going to do it together, and after a few months he can do it on his own, he'll still sit there and go, yeah, but we started this together, so let's just stick at it together. Women don't think that way. Women don't have any loyalty like that. They'll think, oh, f***ing, I can do it without him now.
Now, I know that Andrew Tate.
So with this being said, with that small statement, if you went back and looked at the entire video, what he was explaining after I did some research is how he explains it is, say I have a significant other, and that is a job description that I chose to do. He's like, well, that body belongs to me. That's mine. I don't want you sharing it. And if she is forceful about it, then he's like, well, then share your money. That's basically what he's saying. And that little clip was taken out of context. I don't remember if they play the whole thing, but he explains it of why he thinks that the women should be sharing their funds with him, because that's his. He doesn't want to share his woman. He made it very clear in the beginning of the relationship that he didn't want his woman working, and if she chose to, then to share.
Supporters were like, that clip is out of context. That clip was a character. He was joking. Could be, but he's still denying ever having said that in this interview. He's not saying, oh yeah, no, I did say that, but it was a joke. You know, it's this character I used to play. He's not saying that. He's going, absolutely not, after dancing around the subject for a while. Now, that being said, I wish she had that clip ready, right? Because she's sitting there looking at her paper going, you said this. And he's going, no, I didn't. Why doesn't she have that clip?
And that too, I think that this interviewer or investigative journalist should have been more prepared with the evidence at hand that she was going to make the accusations with. I don't think, hi Arctic Timberwolf, I don't think that she should have been making those accusations without having the documentation in front of her. So then she could have said, well, then can you explain this? Or can you explain this? So in my opinion, I think she did a very poor job. She was very demanding. She was trying to dominate him, and he's one not to be dominated. So I think her as an investigative journalist did a whole fail on this. She could have got a lot farther in this interview had she not been so direct and so demanding and making accusations without him even having a conviction for the crimes that he has been accused of. It's good to see you, Arctic Wolf.
This clip that Bruce Rivers played, obviously it's out there. Why didn't she have that clip to go, oh, you didn't say that? I'm sorry, what's this? Because while he's going, no, you're just taking text off the internet, that's not on my website, and then she plays that clip, what is he gonna say? So that's a big issue that I have with this interview in general. She's there, she's just claiming these things, but she's brought no evidence with her to show in his face. And when you know you're going to go into a confrontational conversation like this, and you have no intention of sugarcoating it, you have to be more prepared. Because what's happening is, when he's dodging things like that and going, that didn't happen, and she can't prove otherwise, it ends up looking bad for her. All right, now we're gonna move on and look at a clip where she did something that was a huge plus for her side, but it came, I'll leave a link in the description if you're interested. It will not take away from.
Welcome back, G2K. It's still clipping. Oh.
Is it?
It's still clipping.
From what exists and is in place right now. It will only add a couple of perks for those of you who are interested.
Let me ask another question.
Sure.
You have said that a woman's intimate parts belong to her male partner, and if she goes on OnlyFans, he is entitled to a cut of her income.
So here I think that she might be miswording something he says, but I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be a clip that goes along with it. But again, earlier I explained why he thought that way. So we'll see what he has to say.
Are extremely, it's actually very confusing to me why you're going to sit here, take long format podcasts I've done, which are 3 or 4 hours long, in context where I've sat with OnlyFans girls,
Welcome
10
in,
or 15
love.
OnlyFans girls, where we've been joking back and forth. I don't know if you understand what sarcasm
Did you
is.
say it?
I don't know if you understand what sarcasm is. I don't know if you understand what context is. I don't know if you understand what satirical content
So you're saying it was
are.
sarcastic?
I'm saying it was a very interesting talk show. And for you to sit here and say that that is my true core beliefs and that makes me a bad person is disingenuous.
Is it?
Of course not.
Was it sarcasm?
Absolutely.
So in that clip, she did something that's a plus.
And again, here he's like, absolutely not. Absolutely. So he's sticking to the same demeanor, and he's feeling very, I think he's feeling very attacked by her. Which guy? Belvy. I think that, in my honest opinion, I think that he can be. But I think he only acts that way when he's feeling like he's being attacked. He is just a true, real alpha male, and he likes traditional lifestyle. Get to know, how are you doing? Where did you go? Yes, that's Andrewtate. And so the reason he sounds that way is because she's making accusations that he was trafficking and of grape. And he's saying, no, absolutely not. This did not happen. In the next video I'm about to play, you'll understand why I think, my personal self, think that it didn't happen. But I mean, I think that would put anybody on the defensive, if kind of like being called traffickers. That's what they did. And he's like, absolutely not.
+1 for her argument and something that's a -1 for her argument. The +1 is that she got him to verbally admit that some of what he says is sarcasm, because there have been people out there who have said, oh, of course he's hyperbolic or sarcasm or it's a character, but it hasn't always been that clear. He has gone on interviews and said things that are very exaggerated, and people have defended that because not everyone always knows whether he's being real or sarcastic or where that line is drawn. The -1, however, is that her, once again, lack of preparedness, because he said something here that is misleading and she's not informed enough to call him out on that. So when she said that he believes that if his girlfriend is doing OnlyFans,
Hi,
he should get the money
Hi, Watcher.
because she's selling his property, he immediately said that, he said that on a podcast surrounded by OnlyFans girls, and they were being sarcastic and joking around. And he's right.
And again, a lot of times I won't say we. A lot of times things are taken out of context of something that we have said. Everybody here probably understands that and knows that. Like, there's probably been numerous times that people have clipped something and you're like, that's not what I said. That's not how I said it. Or that wasn't the intention of what I said. Welcome back, Get to Know. Oh, it's still doing it.
Is it really?
Yeah. Are you able to like unplug it and plug it back in?
Yeah.
Well, what I could do is if you want, you can disconnect the earphone part and then just mute. And then when I mute it, and I can just let you talk, and then I can kind of mute you back and forth. Yeah, it's very interesting. So, Jim, don't tell me how to live my life. It's so funny. Get to Know, stuck in the matrix. I know, right? Let's see if it's fixed. I love his input. And so
Oh my God. Are you kidding?
No, it's still doing it. It's still doing it.
He did, and he was sitting there, and they were talking about OnlyFans, and I would admit that in that interview, there was a lot of joking and
Now, I
exaggeration
watched
being
this
thrown
interview.
around, and there were
It was
times
very
it was obviously
interesting.
joking.
Well, let's say I'm dating a girl and I find out she has an OnlyFans. I'd say, baby, you're mine. I'm possessive over you. I take care of you. She's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I am yours. I know you're mine, which means all these motherfuckers aren't looking at you. They're looking at my.
And so he's like, they're looking at my woman. And if you've listened to anything he says, he's a traditional guy. He doesn't really want his woman working. But if you're going to force that upon him, what do you want him to say?
My property. So I want to know.
I wouldn't have used the
how
word
much
property,
money
though.
we've made. Out of respect to your man, me. If you understand that you're my property, you belong to me, and you want to make a little bit of money showing my titties, that's fine. But I want my fucking cut.
But she doesn't know that that's not the only time he said that. She's seeing in her notes that he said that. She doesn't know how many times, because he was on another interview on Standout TV, and this was just a straight up interview. It was him sitting down, being interviewed, and this one had much less.
And now with this, drop me your link again, please. Okay, I will do. There you go, honey. And so, and with this woman seems so Twitter-pated that I think he's judging how far she would go, basically. Like, how much would she be willing to be with me? Like, he's really testing the waters because he really doesn't want a woman that has a high body count. He doesn't. Dang, and I thought you got that super sticker. What super sticker? Did I miss something? Oh my gosh, you're scaring me. Oh, me? Oh, the one that was on the bottom of the screen, huh? No, I didn't get one. I love you guys. Thank you for coming by. I do. I appreciate it. This case really intrigues me. I'm going to be like on top of it. Oh, we got camera and everything. Let's see. Oh, I can hear you.
Did it fix it? I just had to switch off my phone onto my laptop.
So it was kind of weird because when you would try to come in, like it would say no camera like connected, like it was like stuck in a froze mode. And I think that's what it was. Like it wasn't able to process it.
Wow.
So did you happen to catch what he said? He was like, you're
Nope.
my woman, and I don't want my woman showing her body off. So if you're going to show your body off, then you need to be sharing the income.
Well, yeah. I mean, I
don't really blame him. I'm like, I wouldn't want my man showing his body off to somebody else. I'd be like, no, I'm going to have, yeah, you're going to be giving me that money. Mama go get her new pair of shoes.
I'm sure, if I'm sharing my wife, if I'm allowing my wife to share herself with all these other gifts, and I better get a reward. You know what I mean? I better get part of that. I mean, maybe that's fucked up of me to feel like that, but that's just, I don't know. Like, I mean, she's my wife, you know, we took those vows together. I mean, if marriage is what it's supposed to be to them, you know, I mean,
exactly. I mean, I don't think there is a man out there that really wants to share their woman with anyone else. And
yeah,
if
I
you're
don't.
willing to degrade yourself to that, where I won't say did great because that's really judgmental. What I'll say is if you're really going to put yourself in a position to be shared like that, then at least do something good for your significant other, whether it's sharing income or, helping take care of him, showing him that he's still the number one, at least a little bit. And I think that's how he's taking it is, if you're going to do this, I still need to feel like I'm number one.
Right.
So, okay, I will hit play.
Of a joking, hyperbolic feel. There were some questions in that interview that he answered straight up, honestly. He even had some answers in that interview that were positive. But in that interview, he once again said that if his girl was doing OnlyFans, he would expect to take some of the money. Then it cut to him backstage and he was saying, the interviewer really didn't like that, and he was smiling about it.
If my chick said, I want to do OnlyFans, I'm like, all right, then cool, go do it. How much you made? 10 grand. All right, give me 8. All right, cool. All right.
What woman is going to give you 8 grand?
Because you're my woman, you're doing OnlyFans, you're selling my product.
Your product?
Yes,
The
correct.
women just
Next
look for
question.
possession. No.
I'm just asking.
Okay, so think of it this way. If his woman's living in that house with him, he's paying all the bills, and he's willing to pay all the bills without you working. And now you want to share your body with somebody else? I mean, as a woman, and if he is a good guy and he's not literally like a trashy guy, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be shared. Just saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He thinks he's a bit though. Well, maybe. I think he really is looking for that right woman, and they're wanting him for his stature, and so they're technically using him. Think about it. I know it's probably really far-fetched for people to understand, but these women get a hold of him. They want to make all this big money. They want to have private jets, and they want to be able to go shopping at their leisure. They want all this stuff, and they want to be shared. And he's like, you're using me. You want to keep all your money, take all my money, and still do what you want? Who's being used? Just saying. You got to think of it from a man's perspective. What do you think? G2K, would you want your wife, I don't know your financial status, but say you're rich and you have your own Learjet, 17 cars, your mansion, and these women are like, hey, I want to come hang out with you, and I want to do this and make some extra dough. First of all, are you going to look at him as a traditional woman? Okay. And then knowing that, now they want to be able to keep all their money, and they're not wanting to share after you're the one that just showed them how to do everything and, made them famous because now they're hanging out with you. I mean, you got to really think about it. Like, who's really using who? They're using him for his fame. Come on back down to earth, Inky. My man could get me on there and make me some money. I would be like, get that money, bro.
No. I wouldn't want my wife doing that. But if she wanted to do that, like I wouldn't tell her no. You know what I mean? Like legitimately, I mean, I'm not that type of person to tell my wife no. But I mean, would I be expecting a little something on the side? You're damn right, I would be. I mean,
exactly. Thank you so much, Toe Jam. And I mean, it's like I don't know if anyone in chat has ever been in like the entertainment industry, but I mean, if you've ever been in the entertainment industry, please, I don't need to know. But if you have, I don't want to know anybody's personal life, but they would probably be able to relate to one, the sacrifices you're making. And it's just, it would make any gentleman uncomfortable. It would be a natural reaction for a man to be like, that's mine. Like, what are you doing? I wouldn't want my man doing it. No, I would be like, you better be bringing home a lot of money. Like a lot of money. Yeah. Hi, Joe Sennett. He has anyone gave Andrewtate comic book a good review. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure exactly what that means. All right. I wonder if he meant Top G. I haven't seen it, hon. But all I can do is, all I can say is I can understand his reasoning. I can understand his thought process. I can understand those things. So for me, the people that are being so judgmental and convicting him before he's even been at court kind of disturbs me that us as a society is so willing to do that. You know, I thought it was innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to
Are
be.
you actually
Oh, what was that, hun?
I'm just saying that's how it's supposed to be, innocent until proven guilty, but anymore it's guilty till proven innocent, which is bullshit, but that's just me.
I'm telling you. Welcome in, Ian in Crime Investigations, and welcome in, Joe Sennett. It's good to see you. Well, if you want a look inside, go to John Del Arrows. Here, let me write that down. Arroz. Okay, I wrote it down. Thank you.
I don't know if you're being serious.
I'm totally serious. How would I let my chick do OnlyFans and keep all the money? That's disrespectful.
What woman is ever going to give you that?
Then she better not do OnlyFans. Duh.
Oh my God.
She should never have
That upset her, didn't it? It upset her to say that.
In my opinion, any woman that was really trying to get in a relationship with this guy should never have even came close to saying that's what I want to do, because right there, his respect for her went out the window. And I think that's what it was. These women went in thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get him and I'm going to get him by doing this. Where's their values? Especially if they'd been watching him for a while. They would know he has old-fashioned values. Why not be the top bitch? Why be the bottom one? Just saying. Think about it. Ladies, think about it.
That you're mine, and if you're mine and men want to pay for it, then the money is mine. But that's the basic dynamic of a relationship. You're mine. So if you want to sell what is mine, that's fine, but I need to get paid.
So, again, maybe you can defend that in that case he was also joking. It's possible. You could put that argument forward. But he's making it seem in this interview that the only time he said it was in this podcast surrounded by these OnlyFans girls. If she was informed, if she had all the facts in front of her, she would go, oh, so is that, sorry, just clarify something for me. The only time you said it was when you were surrounded by OnlyFans girls? And now he'd be stuck. He would either have to go, no, I said another time, and now he's backpedaling, or he would go, yeah, that's the only time I said it, and she could pull out the Standout TV interview and go, well, what's this then? It's really unfortunate that
it's very unfortunate that the woman, the investigative reporter that did this, had no idea what she was doing, because she probably could have got a lot farther in this interview. And that is sad that that's what this world has come to.
He's not armed in this discussion with someone who's very used to deflecting the bullets that are coming at him.
His little leg is going to town.
It's fine. It's fine.
Did you see his face right there? He's
Did
this bitch.
Did you see? Yep. Did you see that dismissive face that he just made? And he's trying to hold his composure. But if I was being judged like that without even being to court, I would be hot. He's handling this way better than I would. I think I need to take some of his classes on how to maintain my negative energy, because I get pretty hot behind the collar, especially if someone is making accusations as serious as those.
Yeah.
I'm having a nice conversation with you, so I'm enjoying it. So it's no problem.
And just for the record, trafficking, you would have to be like picked up in a certain place and moved to another location. And that didn't happen either. Some of there was 4 women that were picked up that day, and 2 of them only lived right down the road. Yeah.
It's been fun so far.
He said it's been fun so far.
It's fine.
So here we have a break where the batteries for the cameras are being changed.
If I was him, I would have needed one of those little bite grips. You know, those things that they put in their mouth, boxers. You know, one of those little bite things. I have to say, you handled this well.
You handled a lot better than I would.
I couldn't even imagine.
And we're kind of seeing them both do their own thing while they're getting ready to go again. And he's got someone from his team who's yelling things at him, presumably some kind of advice. There were some words I can make out, like shake her hand, smile, but besides that, I tried to listen and it's quite muffled. I couldn't hear it. If any of you can make anything out, let us know in the comments. But ultimately, Andrewtate's just going, don't worry, it's fine. That's what he's projecting in his face, like, I got this, I'm confident. He even says, I'm having a nice conversation, Lucy, I'm enjoying.
I think that's him being passive.
Her, on the other hand, she's not even looking at him. Like, she barely even acknowledges him.
She has completely dismissed him at this point.
She barely even looks.
She's not getting what she wanted. She has completely dismissed anything he's saying.
At him. She's got a lot of face touching. And this is something that's highly consistent with high stress. There's quite a bit of research on this, that when we're feeling stressed, the blood flow in our face changes, and very often as a result, we touch our face. So she's got quite a bit of that. She's avoiding eye contact. And right at the end, we see something called genital blocking, where her arm comes down like this.
Now, this one's a huge one. Oh, I hope Arky's not leaving. I love you, Toe Jam. So say you're having a conversation with a total stranger, someone you've never met before. If you go like this, when you cross your arms, you're kind of being blocked off. But if you've ever been in a conversation where someone was like, very relaxed, laying back, that means you feel comfortable with the person that is in your distance. Okay. Even if it comes to live streaming, when you can get stressed out during live streamings, you'll be more closed off. You'll like close yourself off. And when your arms are crossed or they're across your belly area, you're closing yourself off. And for women, when they put their hands, around their belly or they're touching their belly, that's a vulnerable part. It's kind of like a puppy dog. So hold on, let me change our view. It's like a puppy dog. So if you've ever heard puppy dogs, when they lay on their back with their bellies exposed, that means they trust you. It's same thing when you're having a conversation with somebody. If your arms are open, you're trusting, you're feeling welcome, letting them feel welcomed. And then if you're closed off, like she's about to do, where she kind of like puts her hand across, her groin area, and it's called genital blocking. That's like, she wouldn't want someone to put seed in her, basically. She does not find this man attractive. She doesn't believe a thing he's saying. He's revolting to her, and so she is blocking him off. And because he knows body language, he's sensing this. And let's watch his reaction.
He's a body language analysis guy.
And so is Tate. Isn't a body language analysis, but he studies it.
No, Arctic was asking who the guy is, who the critic was. He's the body language analysis guy.
Yes.
Expert.
This and blocks the lower abdomen over here. And this is a behavior we very often see in women when they're feeling defensive, because genetically, in the way that we evolved, the mind goes immediately to protecting the reproductive organs or where a baby would be. So
and men will do that
one
too.
Arm across like this, gripping the other arm, is usually an indication of stress or feeling defensive. Another really interesting thing with the body language in that clip is that he didn't raise his eyebrows a single time in that entire thing. Whether he was telling his coworker or whoever the person was, like, it's fine, it's fine,
Look
it's
at
fine.
that leg go.
The eyebrows were down. Even when he told her, I'm having a good time, I'm having fun with this, the eyebrows stayed down, which is interesting because during the interview, whenever he's getting worked up or he's trying to emphasize his points, or when he's trying to, be innocent and get that social connection, because often with innocence, we see those eyebrows go up as well. It's part of that social connection. We go, I have nothing to hide here. We see those eyebrows go up a lot, but it's not baseline.
I will share all that information. I will actually drop the link to this video in the chat. It's also going to be in the about section of this video. And he also has done numerous analyzing many different cases like the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case, etc. So he's very well known for doing this. He's not going to say he's lying or he's not lying. He's just giving you a perspective of what you can see from his body language. And it was a big thing for me during our last conversation about Andrew Tate, because I kept saying he's not flinching. He's very steadfast in how he's representing his side of the story, his case. He didn't make a whole lot of micro expressions. A couple of times he fluttered his eyes and like what was it, like maybe twice, G2K, that he like looked off to the left, like he had to use his thinking side, not his thinking side, his
Imaginative side.
his creative side of his brain.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think it was only twice that I caught anyway.
I'll drop his link, Arctic Timberwolf. And it's a natural, you're right, Arctic Wolf. It's very natural for us to be able to subconsciously read someone else's body language that we're having a conversation with naturally. Some people are just trained to, so for instance, when I went out for the sheriff's department, like I had to take a stress test, and they watch your body language and the answers had to be direct. I couldn't like make a long sentence explanation for it. You know, I had to be very concise on what I was saying. This is the first time I have ever laid eyes on Andrew Tate. He's just some strange dude to me. He's very interesting. And a lot of people get very offended the first time they ever hear him talk, because they're not expecting that alpha dominant male. It's very not heard of much anymore.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He's a five-time world champion kickboxer. For one, that's like how he started that's how he started his fame anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But so.
And because in this moment, as he's talking, the eyebrows do not move.
Because of the way you present gender relations, the way you say men should treat women.
That's very upsetting. And the reason that's very upsetting is because I know that's not true. I'm genuinely a good person. I'm anti-drugs, so I've never pushed drugs or any...
Again, she changed hand position.
There were a couple of statements here that caught my attention. He said he's a good person, he's anti-drugs, he's anti-violence, and great, it's good to believe that you're a good person, but there is footage of him out there talking about things that are quite questionable.
And again, taken out of context. We have to remember, when everyone starts a channel, and you may come off different when you first start your channel versus a year or two down the road. Just saying, you know, you grow and you learn as you go along what to say, what not to say, and when you get such a large following so fast, you have to really hold back the reins and wonder, you know, you don't want to influence kids the wrong direction. So he did change away a lot of the way he is, the way he presents himself. He doesn't talk like he used to.
Quite a few examples, but here's one from a podcast where he was talking about how he gets women to pretend like they want to be in relationships with multiple men online and get them to send them tens of thousands of dollars for
those of you that have been in the entertainment industry. This statement that he's making right now, to me, makes no sense. Any woman that's in the adult entertainment industry does this. It is not something new. And for those in the back, this is not new. Dancers do it every day. They do.
Yep.
Do I think
Minus
it's
for tens of thousands of dollars, but it's still for dollars and dollars.
It's crazy, because how else would you be able to convince, if you're in the adult industry, how would you convince a man to just give you money without having some kind of leading to that? You know what I mean? And people that are not around that industry or don't understand that industry do not understand the concept of, one, it's one of the oldest careers back from the biblical days, where women are able to exert their control over men for money that way. There's some women that choose to be gold diggers out there. Just saying, they do the same thing. There's not much difference. That was for those in the back.
things that they don't actually need.
So it'd be good. Like, I had a lot of girls who worked for me, and the best was like the Ukrainians or the Russians. It was amazing because they'd get some
And them Russian women, woo.
guy, fall in love, they'd arrange the day to meet, all this shit. I need a visa. Okay, get a visa. I need money for a visa. I need a return flight there and back, and I need a hotel. I need to have spending money in my bank account. They won't let me come. Or how much you need? All right, 10 grand. Boom, it's 10 G's. Boom, thanks. They rejected my visa. They said we have to wait 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they'll give it to me. Okay, baby. Boom, 2 more weeks of tips. Boom, 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 boom. Because now he thinks he's gonna, right? He thinks he get the girls. Now he's spending more.
And you notice he said 2 more weeks of tips because that's what they are. That's what they are. It's the business. So it makes him no different than any other chick on OnlyFans or an entertainer or a legal prostitution. I don't know if I could say that, but I'm just saying it's part of the business. And that's why and it's mainly women that look down on it. It's women that has convinced men that this is a bad career move because they are so worried about their significant other going there or doing that. We're never going to get rid of corn, holio. So ladies, be prepared. It's never going to go away. Ever.
I just said, yay. I'm just
Most men do it, whether you like it or not, or whether you know about it or not. It would be unhealthy for them not to and end up with, we've discussed this too, end up with some kind of like testicular cancer or prostate cancer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if these men, and a lot of these men that are investing these massive amounts of money are single and they don't want to settle down with a girl. So it's not really taking advantage of them either. They don't really want to be settled down with a female. They just want to borrow her for a while. That's the whole mentality behind the adult industry. They don't want that permanency. I know, I probably sound like a lunatic. Just saying.
Never 2 weeks. So the girl would be online for 6 or 7 hours, but then when she logged off, was sleeping or whatever, on her WhatsApp, I'd have staff. She was online 24 hours a day. Her WhatsApp, her
when did this girl get sleep?
When she was asleep, we were bringing in money for the sky. Millions of dollars a week.
Millions of dollars a week. Does that sound like a woman that was unhappy? I mean, she could have bought her own Louis Vuitton bags, right? Just saying.
And it was not just because I had beautiful girls. It's not because webcam is easy. It's because I am a genius. And I put together an apparatus of genius behind the avatar of beauty.
So look, I think...
Now, on that part, I can understand where people get that really weird feeling like he's overly confident, overly arrogant. That's his persona. When you've worked from nothing, being broke, sharing a can of sardines with your brother, to the money that he has, he's a little more arrogant. Normally, people that are born with it are raised in a family environment where it's already there. They're used to it. They're not really arrogant about it. They're just like, it's whatever. Yeah. They're not stroking their own ego. Whereas if you just inherited, you won the lottery or something and you just inherited like $100 million, $50 million, wouldn't you be like, dude, I got this money. Oh my gosh, blah, 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 blah. You'd be so excited about it. So he's proud of himself for how he's done it, the businesses that he's created from it, the investments that he's created from it. I froze it in a really bad place. Do I see him as a little overly confident? Yes. But now imagine the following that he has. You don't think someone's going to come after him for some money? Come on, guys. Shit, we can't even get 1,000 followers on YouTube without someone accusing us of doing something stupid. Now can we? And pretty much everybody in chat has been through it.
No.
We can't even get to 1,000 followers without someone accusing us of being or doing something shady. Could you imagine being in his position? I would be scared if guys were like, hey, I just want to come hang out and I'd be like, what do you want from me? How about you, G2K? What if you went viral and all of a sudden, mind you, you have a wife at home?
No, right? I get it, yeah.
Can you imagine you're at home with your wife and you go viral, and all of a sudden you have women, hey, how you doing? You'd be like, dude, I'm married. Eventually, wouldn't you start getting kind of cold after a while?
I'd probably be cold right out the gate, because like I'm just not that type of person, you know what I mean?
But what if they're
So-
pleading with you and they're just like, baby, but I'll do anything for you?
Are you gonna scrub my ass for me when I need it? No, you're not. So why? Until then, like, I'm sticking with my wife. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? And that's like legitimately what I tell him. You know what I mean? Like, for real. Like, get on and get
Yeah,
out. Like,
when
I'm perfectly happy with my wife. So.
When I'm unable to get around, are you going to change my diapers for me?
I mean, for real. And my wife knows that there's a pretty good possibility that she's gonna have to do that for me one day, and she's down. You know what I mean? I can't expect that out of any other person in my world, in my lifetime. You know, so
Exactly.
without having to pay thousands upon thousands of dollars for it. So, which is a totally different industry.
So what does Sugar Glider think about it? Is she in there with you?
She's not feeling good. Her eyes have been messing up. She's got chronic dry eye and shit. And these eye drops, we got to buy her like $25 a bottle for like a half fluid ounce. And
well, anyone in chat, if you want to help donate, he needs to get this medicine for his little wifey's eyes. Feel free to Cash App him. I don't know what your Cash App is. Here, let me type it in chat. Can you type it in chat?
I won't.
No, I said, can you?
I won't. I don't know. I'm sure you can.
Oh, okay. Well, what is it? What is it? Is it the dollar
What is
sign?
it? That's right.
I don't know what it is. Why are you messing with my emotions?
I'm not messing with your emotions. I just don't want people thinking I'm sitting here begging for money and shit.
Well, no shit. Just let them, like, if they want to, let them. You know, mine's a little dry, you guys. Come on now. Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay, let me copy it. Copy. Paste. There. Donate to his little wifey's eye fund. She's a sweetheart. You know, not everybody is born with millions of dollars. So, hey, anything helps. Everything helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, well, she's not feeling too well. Do you know what, Inky? The true alpha has self-respect and self-control in all areas of life. Yes. And I do think because he's such a young alpha that he's still going through that learning process. Now, mind you, these videos are older. And that's what they were doing, is they were pulling up old videos of how he used to behave. And that's why he's stressing the way he is. He's like, why are you using these against me? I've grown since then. Why are you still dragging this out? You know, like, I don't act this way anymore. So why are you being this way? We all learn as we grow. I learn every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too.
Looking at that, it's reasonable to say that's not a good person. You're taking advantage of men who have foolishly fallen for someone on the internet.
That's part of the
and you're taking advantage of their emotions. I don't think that's kind. I don't think that's a good person. Now, when you seem shocked that people think that you might be a bad influence on the youth, it kind of lets us think that you're not taking accountability.
And so again, that's where he changed, because his followers grew to such a massive amount that he's like, I have to like rein in some of the way I speak and how I'm influencing people, because he is very influential. Let's get back to her chewing him in a new one.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to have any evidence. He must have not done those things.
Why are so many women saying that when their boyfriends start following you,
They're not.
they experience more control?
So many.
They experience
How many?
more abuse?
How many?
Enough.
That was her answer. Enough. Like, she doesn't even have a number.
Enough.
Enough.
Well, it's the first time I've heard of it. So, in fact, I've seen thousands and thousands of comments and have endless emails from women praising
Doesn't it worry you?
praising the fact that their sons are listening to me. And then I don't know what you expect me to say to that.
Again, this is society wanting men to be more beta than alpha. And as long as men continue to be beta, who's going to run our country?
Sarcastic and jokes.
No.
That's how you explain
No,
the comments you
no,
made.
for you to sit down
Would you
and
like
sit-
to apologise for any of
Don't
that?
be surprised
to
if our
sit
next
down-
president's a female.
For you to sit down, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's easy.
First of all, her example
He's like, no, it's fine. It's easy. She should have used a better example.
is something that we call ambiguous social proof. As a reporter, as someone who's representing the BBC, to say
She should have definitely come with some serious evidence before making those accusations. Just saying. You could call him arrogant all you want. You could call him self-absorbed. Doesn't mean he's guilty.
some women, some people, that's not a source. That's just
Exactly.
this random thing that you're saying. That's not evidence. Why not put out some sort of message and say, we would like to hear from women who have loved ones that have been affected by Andrewtate's lessons. Scammed men, why not apologize for those things? When you don't do that, we kind of feel like you stand by everything you've said and done.
I do understand with my massive influence, and I am now the one of the most influential people on the planet, that I do have to be slightly more careful with things I say. I'm not going to disagree with that. The idea that I said something 5 years ago on a video that got 300 views.
So what do you mean, being slightly more careful?
I'll give you an example. Some of the jokes I made.
So here he's trying to be accountable for his behavior 5 years ago. This is he's checking himself because he knows that there's so many people watching him now.
4 or 5 years ago on a YouTube channel that got 300 views. I would no longer make
Like what?
Like the OnlyFans joke.
Finally, some accountability. After 38 minutes of interviewing, he finally concedes to the fact that he needs to be more careful now with his messaging. But my question is, if you're aware of that, why did you laugh at the idea of an apology? If you're acknowledging now that some of your messaging before, because it was on a smaller scale,
Because he can be arrogant.
was inappropriate, why would you laugh at the idea that you might owe an apology for some of the messaging out there? Because again, I think a lot of people can look at his stuff and go, it's an exaggeration, it's a character that he's playing. But I personally have gotten into quite a few arguments with people, and I know this is anecdotal, but still sharing my experience, where they were defending everything. Like, no, he's got the right to say those things, he's a man. So we got this accountability, but it took us a long time to get here, and there was a lot of other opportunities where he could have done that. And I'm not only blaming him. If she had set up a more positive atmosphere and come into this with less judgment, she could have opened up the floor for him to give us this accountability a little bit earlier and having an open discussion. Not saying for sure, but the odds would have been better. Now, I have a video on the channel where I talk about this approach, this non-judgmental approach to open people up and get the truth out. And there's actual footage in that video of that being applied in an interrogation room of a very serious crime. I'll leave a link in the description so you could learn more about this kind
I think we're done.
She's like, I think we're done.
of more information out of someone, but I think it could have done.
Said we're genuinely out to harm people.
Do you really believe you're the most influential man on the face of the planet?
I'm the most Googled person on the planet.
Do you believe you're the most influential man on the face of the planet?
I'm the most Googled man on the planet.
I think we're done.
Did you see that smirk she made? I think we're done.
Yeah.
Like she didn't get what she wanted. She's pissed off. And she was like, we're done. Oh boy. That was like, it was hard, huh?
Yeah. I mean, and if you notice, like his hands, he holds his hands almost in that exact same position the whole time, man.
Yep. And I think that's the way of him centering his energy. Thank you, Arky. Yeah. Mwah. Arky, Get to Know would like me to tell you thank you.
Since I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, you know.
Mwah. I love you muches. What was it I was going to play? Darn it. Oh, Candace. So, this will be the last one. Her name is Candace Owens. And this is her interview with Andrewtate. And you're going to love it. You're going to love it.
Right.
Let me go to her videos. And so she explains why she chose to do that interview. And you're going to be surprised about all the information that you're about to learn. Share screen. Yes, I am. Okay. So now that you guys have heard why he's like what he's being accused of, and you've learned a little bit about his behavior, now you get to see the backstory of why we may not think that he's guilty.
Brothers have been released from house arrest, and I have plenty to say about that, especially because since sitting down with him for 3 hours in Bucharest last week, people have accused me of aiding and abetting a human sex trafficker. Candace, how dare you speak to him? He's not a conservative. He's not a Christian. Well, today I'm going to offer you the most thorough accounting of the exact charges that face the Tate brothers and my belief of why they are going to beat these charges. So stick around, you guys. All that coming up on Candace Owens. Global case. So I took an interest in this case for 2 reasons. A, because he has a global following. Tens and millions of young men follow him around the world. Adult
Tens of millions.
Men follow him around the world. And because people were screaming.
I hope you guys have the popcorn. If not, get your popcorn ready because you are probably going to fall out of your seat when you hear all this.
That there was a potential that he was innocent. Andrew himself said, the Matrix is coming out against me. They want to take me down because I have a big following. Of course, that's compelling. That's just an interesting statement to come from somebody, not one that I necessarily believed. And I can tell you that after looking into this case, because I don't scare easily, I'm not a person that just does what I'm supposed to do because I'm a conservative in America. Well, all the conservatives say he's a bad guy, so that means that he should just go to prison and throw away the key. No, that's not what it means. Even bad people, if your judgment is that Andrew Tate said horrible, terrible things in the past that were vulgar, and by the way, I would agree with that assessment. I am not comfortable when I see the things that Andrew Tate said 10 years ago. But even if that is your assessment, you cannot then use that to condemn him for the charges that are being drummed up against him in Romania. Now, there's a reason why I'm saying these charges are being drummed up against him in Romania. I'm going to walk you through them slowly after first issuing you my own verdict in this case. I believe that Andrew Tate is going to be found not guilty of all charges. After looking through this case and seeing the players that are involved and seeing how the Romanian government went about this case, I also want to say that I think the Romanian government did everything right. I also believe that the United States Embassy did everything.
I hope you all got your popcorn. It's going to get really, really good. Oh my gosh. Arkansas is going to pee-pee herself.
Now, who is this lady exactly now?
Now, her name is Candace, and she's an investigative reporter. And
Okay.
so she dug into the case file, the history of these people. And once you start hearing how and what everything that happened, you're going to be like, you're going to see the text messages that she sent minutes, maybe hours before all this took place. I hope you have popcorn. You're going to need it. Oh my gosh. I am blown away. Who wants to cook me a pizza? Any volunteers, Inky? I love pizza. I know you guys are making me hungry.
Everything right. I think that the reason for this case boils down to one 21-year-old girl making an allegation that, of course, had to be taken very seriously. And I'm going to unpack that slowly.
So think about how serious the allegation is.
Yeah.
And then if someone was to call, I can't even tell you guys. Like, I don't even want to tell you guys. Like, it is so, like, your eyes are just going to be like, whoosh. I'm telling you. Your ears are probably going to be like, catch on fire.
For you guys starting right now. So what do you need to know about the Andrew Tate case? If you're online, you don't know. I'm watching clips of him from 10 years ago saying bad stuff, so it must be true. No, that's ridiculous. That's what you call attempting to try a case in the media rather than examining the actual facts and how we got here. You're seeing all of these clips put together because people don't want to tell you what's actually in the files and how they actually are.
Pretty much all of us have been tried in social media. Are we guilty? Are we not guilty? Who did we talk to? Do we got a Discord? Or we're ganging up on this person? Now we're ganging up on that person.
Yeah.
Freaking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
Arrived at this case in the first place. So let's instead begin with what Andrewtate had to say upon being released from house arrest earlier this morning. Take a listen.
In January, when I was thrown in a jail cell, the media reported and told the world that I was a terrible person. They said that I hurt people and I make a lot of money from criminal enterprise, and here we stand 7 or 8 months later and I've not seen a single victim on the news. I don't know if you have. I've seen lots of girls sticking up for me, lots of people defending me. I've not seen a single person stand up and say that I have hurt them. Not one. I've done nothing wrong. God knows I've done nothing wrong. In my heart, I know I've done nothing wrong. I think the people at home who with a functioning brain understand we've done nothing wrong, because nobody has yet to identify a single victim which is saying that we've done anything to them since the beginning of this entire process. Once again, absolute respect to the judge, respect to Romania, respect to the Romanian judicial system. I look forward to being completely exonerated in due time. Thank you.
So according to...
Sounds very for sure of himself, doesn't he? Again, that little bit of arrogance. But if you were completely innocent, wouldn't you be a little arrogant about it? Would you be angry that you were going through this and then later to be interviewed by the BBC in your own home that you volunteered for, and then again be ridiculed?
Yeah.
If I was that lady, I would have crawled under the desk and said sorry. Just saying. That's just me.
Andrew, he is not guilty. That's not really a surprise, and that doesn't necessarily make him not guilty. So it's more important for us to examine the facts of this situation.
The facts.
Not the emotions, not how conservatives in America are feeling about Andrewtate and his influence on young men, the actual facts. And this story begins back in April of last year, when Andrew and Tristan Tate's home in Romania was raided amid allegations regarding a missing American woman.
Yes, he's British.
At the time, a Romanian news site called Gondo reported that the American embassy had contacted local police with a report that a 21-year-old American woman named Emma Gabby was being held captive at an address.
21-year-old woman being held captive. How do you think law enforcement's going to react to that?
Probably
a
not
U.S.
very
woman being held captive in Romania. How did she get there?
Yeah.
Just think about it. She had to get a visa, right? She had to have the money to get there. What was her employment before? How did she get the money? Was it bought for her?
And voluntary. Okay, that's very interesting. So that begs the question, who is Emma Gabby? Okay, the charges have shifted. There's many names in this document, but it all begins with Emma Gabby and these charges that she was being held against her will by the Tate brothers, which is horrific, by the way. Now, it makes sense. If the U.S. embassy got contacted and they then contacted Romanian authorities, you can see why this was a very big case, which is why I believe the U.S. embassy did nothing wrong here, nor do I believe that the Romanian authorities necessarily did anything wrong. Could you imagine being the Romanian authorities? Big Bad America is on the line, and we're telling you that there is an American victim that is being held captive against her will by somebody that is living in Bucharest, Romania. Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. So who is...
That's a huge deal. Could you imagine being like Romania law enforcement going, what? Oh, no, we got to fix this issue right now. We do not need America over here starting no kind of weird wars, right?
Right.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Who is Emma Gabby? First, I'll tell you who she is, according to the Tate brothers, who is suing her in Palm Beach County, Florida. According to them, again, if you want to take their word for it, Emma Gabby is a predator who has a long history of baiting men into sexual relationships.
We all heard that, right?
Yeah.
For the specific purpose of destroying their lives. She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor. Her modus operandi is as follows. She devises sophisticated narratives to elicit compassion and sexual attraction from unsuspecting men. She uses these men as hosts, taking what she wants for personal, emotional, and economic gain. At some point,
Personal, emotional, and economic gain. Where did she learn those tactics from? Sounds like a typical entertainer to me, right? Sounds like everything that the other lady was describing, right? Is that not what she said? That
That's what she
Andrew,
said.
you take these women and you emotionally, manipulate them to get them to do what you want. Who's really, and what did I say? Who's abusing who?
Yeah.
she begins to exert control through intentional infliction of emotional distress, causing injury to the host. If her efforts to control do not produce an immediate return on her investment, she revokes consent for prior sexual acts and threatens to have her host arrested for rape unless her demands are met.
I hope you guys got that popcorn ready.
Threatens to have this person arrested unless they meet her demands.
Her
I
financial
thought the
demands.
law's the law, and yeah.
And that's again what? Extortion. That's extortion, people.
Yes.
So she finds a guy that has money. She manipulates him. Says, I'll do anything. She kisses, starts getting what she wants. And then she tries to assert her dominance. This is trying to be an alpha female. Again, they go, hey, I spent a lot of money on you already. Like, what's going on? As soon as they're not putting out, well, I'm going to claim grape. Oh, well, here, let me give you some more money because I don't need that on my record, right?
Yeah.
I mean, our whole way of thinking that has been portrayed on social media, the news, is being totally debunked right now. You don't like her? I don't know her. And as a woman that is running a domestic violence essay channel, my job is to hear both sides of the story. But when you have evidence, which you're about to see, of a gentleman that's doing 20 years right now over her allegations, kind of makes it a little misleading. And you'll see more. Get that popcorn. I'm telling you, it's going to get really good.
She is a serial extortionist and blackmailer who preys on successful men. On multiple occasions, she has accused innocent men of horrific crimes, resulting in their unjust incarceration and damage to their professional and business reputations. Andrew and Tristan Tate are the latest victims in her trail of terror and destruction that has negatively affected the lives of dozens of men and women, all with disastrous consequences. Okay, so that is very interesting. It's not often that you hear something like that regarding a woman. The era of Me Too in America is men, and we got all these allegations and against men, and women step up and they say, I was sexually assaulted and he's a serial rapist and things of that nature. But here what they're essentially saying is that you have a woman who is doing this to men, who is extorting them for money, who is using them, and who is putting them in compromising positions. So I thought this is an easy thing for me to actually research, to really get behind whether or not this is all nonsense, whether or not the Tate brothers are calling this the Matrix, and when in fact they actually have a real victim here who suffered. A victim who I want to say, I welcome. Emma Gabby, if you hear this, and I know that you have a lawyer, if you would like to sit on this show and detail what happened to you, I will give you a platform. And I mean that, okay? So I looked into Emma Gabby. I was wondering who she was. And here are some facts that you should know.
So now, mind you, this woman has a lawyer because she's being sued by the Tate brothers for these allegations. Because they're basically destroying everything that they've built for the last 10 years. I mean, could you imagine again, winning the lottery or something and someone coming up with some crazy allegations like this, and all of a sudden now your whole life is on the line. Every life as you know it. They've seized their house, their cars, everything, their money, everything. They have nothing except for one little car. That's it. I can't even imagine over an allegation like that. what person does this, male or female, would go and try to destroy someone else's whole livelihood? We see it a lot here on YouTube.
Before she ever met a Tate brother, Emma Gabby was a sex worker.
Oh.
She had her own Pornhub account.
Oh, what was that? That's where she learned it.
And she could
Wait, wasn't that what the lawyer was saying? Wasn't that what the body analyst was saying? That what he was doing was so horrible, how he was manipulating?
Yeah.
Makes you think, huh? The totally different, isn't it? It makes you
definitely changes the
dynamic. Changes the dynamic. It really makes you think, go, oh my gosh, now I have to second guess my own judgment and believing what people say. And I really, truly hope those that, will watch this video later really take that time to think about everything that's been being said over, the internet and stuff about just people in general. Bring your receipts, because, when you make allegations that are like that, it could really either put someone in danger or destroy their whole livelihood that they've spent their whole life building. What was Andrew Tate charged with, and in what jurisdiction? He was charged with rape, trafficking, and something else. Hold on. Let me grab his file folder. So, organized crime group. So it was alleged that he was group coerced victims into creating paid pornography for social media. Suspect of human trafficking in form of an organized crime group. And it was in Romania. And the victim is American. But it gets better. And mind you, she's not going to make allegations unless she has done her research and got her receipts. So please take that into account.
Contacted via a sex hotline.
She has a very, very, very large following, and she wouldn't want to tarnish her name. Just saying. So this is her right here. And it says Exhibit L, Tate accuser Emmy Gabby used many aliases on her social media accounts, including OnlyFans, Seeking Arrangements, and Pornhub. It says some of these more provocative aliases are Satan Slaying, Hippie Chick, and Twisted Pathways, and Psych Sense, and the Garden of Eden. And I assume that's her phone number.
Again, that is before she ever met a Tate brother. She also had an OnlyFans account and a TikTok account before she ever met a Tate brother. She also was active on the website Seeking a...
So with that being said, that she had these accounts way before she met them. She was already in the adult industry. She already knew how to utilize men. This was not something that she was, taken, moved to another place, and taught how to do these things. This is a career move that she was already in. So please keep that in mind.
Arrangements.com, which if you guys are not familiar with seekingarrangements.com, it's essentially a sugar baby website. So it's young girls on the website. They look for men that are rich and have money. And the concept really, even though it's not explicitly stated on the website, we know what goes on, obviously, in those exchanges. Maybe the sugar daddy will pay for their rent, pay for their lifestyle, and exchange, obviously, we assume that on the back end, they are having sexual relations. So these are just the facts that I'm giving you about her. It's not to paint her in a derogatory way. It is just pertinent to know that, because there are many people that are walking around assuming that this was some innocent person that was trapped.
Okay, Arctic Wolf, he says, hold on, I got to put the pizza in the oven. No doubt, it really does. I'm telling you, my mouth hit the floor, because my first video I did, I said, you guys, please keep an open mind. Mind you, I told you that I was going to start digging and digging and digging and digging. And And it wasn't to be in defense of them in any type of way. I had no idea who these brothers were, honestly. And I was very embarrassed and ashamed of myself that I hadn't even heard about what was going on with this until as of recently. So once I heard about it, I started looking into it, and I was just like, wow, like, you know, here's a situation where we have someone that's very well known that is being accused with these allegations from this young lady. And so, you know, this is something that would affect America, Romania, and the UK all at once, you know. So it really has to make us go back. Hello, Don. Mwah. It really makes us go back and think about, you know, we really, really, really do have to be careful about, you know, who we bring into our personal lives and what information that we are putting out, because something like this could happen very easily, as we all know. A lot of us know.
Trafficked over to Romania and then was forced to work against their will in the pornographic industry for which they knew nothing about. That is not the circumstance. It is relevant to this case to discuss her history before she ever met a Tate brother. But when you dig further, she's actually been involved in other cases as well. The first case involves a man who I am not going to name, and the only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him, Emma was in fact a minor, and that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here and not expose his name so that people can look up the case, because as I said, she was underage at the time. Essentially, it was believed that she was having sexual relations with him, and the courts found that to be true. And he is now been sentenced to 24 years in prison. Why is that relevant? Because since then, people are alleging, which we are going to get to, that she lied about her age and that she lies about her age repeatedly. And though, despite the fact that he is perhaps not a moral man, he did fall victim to her lying. Throughout this episode, by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case. If I accidentally say his name, we intend to just beep it out. Again, just to protect the fact that she was, in fact, a minor at the time of these accusations. There were 2 girls that were involved in that case, just to be clear, and one of the girls admitted flat out to having an outright sexual relationship with him, including sexual intercourse. Now let's talk about Marlon Fisher. Who is he? He is a man that is currently suing Emma Gabby in the Florida courts.
Did you catch that? M. Fisher. It says Gabby deployed a combination of sophisticated false narratives, fraudulent identification cards, emotionally outbursts to lure M. Fisher into trap. For example, Gabby detailed her techniques in written texts sent to people. She misled M. Fisher. Therein, Gabby explains how she would devise a sympathetic backstory, being an orphan child without a loving household, which made it extremely difficult for her to form meaningful and healthy relationships with other people, including her adoptive parents. Gabby states, I need to open up and tell you all something. I owe it to you and the people I care about. You have each moved me in so much in my life that I am able to do it. I have a problem. I am a pathological liar. Let's continue.
He says that she deployed a combination of sophisticated false narratives,
I didn't know she was gonna read it.
fraudulent identification cards, and emotional outbursts to lure him into her trap. For example, she would detail to her techniques in written text sent to people that she misled about Fisher. She would explain how she would devise a sympathetic backstory, being an orphaned child without a loving household, which made it extremely difficult to form meaningful, healthy relationships with other people, including her adoptive parents. So this is a text message that Marlon Fisher is alleging that Emma Gabby.
So now we are going to watch view a text message, and I believe this is probably in his defense. I believe that this gentleman is in prison right now for what happened.
Sent to people regarding him. Now, to be clear, before I read this text message, I am about to read you a lot of text messages that apparently came from Emma Gabby and other people throughout this episode. As a general disclaimer, these text messages are a part of cases that are pending and have been submitted to the courts. They have signed affidavits swearing that these are true. I independently, of course, have no means to individually authenticate these messages and to say to you that these are definitely real and I'm holding the phone. So you're going to have to trust the people that are submitting them are not risking getting into trouble by swearing in statements that they are true. So going back to this text message, the first one reads from Emma Gabby, again, out to all of her friends. I need to open up and tell you all something because I owe it to you, the people I care about. You have each moved me so much in my life that I am able to do it. I have a problem. I am a pathological liar. My life started in Kazakhstan, where I grew up in a loveless orphanage. We were picked up facing away from the caretakers, so we never developed love. I never learned how to hug, smile, kiss, touch, or be close.
Now, how true these statements are, I don't know. This could have been a ploy that she used to manipulate men. I don't know. What do you think, Get to Know?
I think it's just messed up all the way around. Like, my life started in, like, she grew up in a loveless orphan. I don't know. Like, it's janky. This whole thing it's janky.
It really makes you question what we see in the news.
Yeah.
It really, really does. Like, I was getting backlash the last time I did a video on him, and now I'm like, sometimes you got to go with your gut.
Close to anybody. I was adopted by incredible people named Mona and Bill who saved me from a life of abuse. I had a beautiful childhood because of them. When I was 11 or 12, I began to dissociate and resent them. I felt unwanted and like I had no family, so I began to rebel, doing drugs and meeting lots of different people. It goes on to state that as she would deepen her manipulation, like a drug addict, she would seek out and desire more potent forms of sexual exploitation to satisfy a seemingly insatiable emotional void within her. She would pursue men like Fisher, who she never developed any sort of real emotional loving attachment with, and demand that Fisher perform abusive, masochistic sexual conduct on her in the bedroom. These, again, are alleged text messages from Emma Gabby to Marlon Fisher, who is pursuing her in court, so he has filed these. She wrote.
So those are like legitimate documents from court. And this man, I believe, is facing 20 years in prison. I'm not sure if it's him or the next guy. I think there's 4 of them. Okay. That's why I said, get your popcorn.
My C word is craving abuse. I wish you were here to bite me. I wish I was gagged and tied up like an F slut right now. Maybe you can leave pretty little bruises on me. I love it when you gag me. Would a butt plug go off through a metal detector? And to give context to that message, the context that was provided by Marlon Fisher, she was asking Marlon Fisher if wearing her butt plug would set off the courthouse metal detector when she needed to go through in order to meet with the district attorney who was prosecuting.
Now, mind you, she said that she was like being held.
Now I'm curious. I wonder if a butt plug would go off in the middle.
Only if it was metal. Now, she made these accusations to law enforcement. Actually, she didn't. Okay, you'll figure out. Oh my gosh, you guys! I'm telling you, I about fell out of my seat when I listened. I was like glued to it, like a little kid. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not really being said right now. I know the butt plug thing is really funny. Now, mind you, she's making these accusations that the Tate brothers did all these things to her, whipped them, beat her, like all this stuff, and that this stuff was happening to her, these allegations, and yet these are text messages to one of the first guys that she's done this to. Okay. Okay.
Person that I just told you about, which is why it is relevant. Again, this is being told by Marlon Fisher, so I can only say allegedly these are her actual text messages. Now, Marlon Fisher began to suspect that she was lying about her age. Now, remember, is serving a prison sentence. His life has pretty much been destroyed here. But the pattern of behavior, again, this is coming from Marlon Fisher, that was used on him represents the same pattern of behavior that she used against her other victims.
Okay, because there's somebody that is currently incarcerated for same thing over the allegations, they're beep the name out. Okay.
Right.
A lengthy sentence. I believe it's 20 years, but I digress.
They believe, the Tate brothers believe that was induced into an illicit sexual relationship with a minor under false pretenses. According to Marlon Fisher, performed deviant sexual acts in the bedroom, such as urinating on her during intercourse. On multiple occasions, Gabby attempts to force Marlon Fisher out of his sexual comfort zone, asking Marlon Fisher to choke her harder during intercourse and demanding that Marlon Fisher perform BDSM and other sexually masochistic acts. At some point, Marlon Fisher learns that Emma Gabby is a minor when she had a sexual relationship with, and that she apparently lied to him when they first met, and that was going to do serious time because of it. So again, just to understand, she's got this trial going on with, she is now with Marlon Fisher, and he begins to suspect that she lied about her age. Fisher came to understand that was going to be sentenced to decades of incarceration because of her accusations, and he knew that she had lied about her age before their first sexual encounter. Marlon Fisher also knew that if Emma Gabby would have offered that information to the court, the fact that she lied about her age, then sentence would likely have been substantially lessened away from the decades-long sentence that he is now serving in prison. Marlon Fisher confronted Emma Gabby during situation, and this is the following exchange that took.
I believe that they were messaging, her and him were messaging back and forth. The Marlon Fisher and her were messaging back and forth. She was actually going to court for that case, the one of the incarceration. And that's why she was asking if the butt plug would go off in the metal detector, because she was going to wear it to court. And I know G2K is probably muted because he's probably laughing his butt off right now. It is, I think it's 15, Arctic Wolf.
You wouldn't be wrong about that either.
Took place between Emma Gabby and during a text message conversation where Emma Gabby refuses to disclose her real age because doing so would negatively affect her credibility in her impending case against. Emma Gabby writes, "Okay, Marlon, if you're looking for me to publicly tell my actual age and name today or before my case is over," this is referring to her case against, "I'll sadly have to inform you that I won't. If that is what it takes to prove myself to you, I won't be able to." After being confronted, Emma Gabby then employs a psychological attack known as gaslighting to tactically avoid answering Marlon Fisher's questions regarding her age. In gaslighting, Gabby accuses Marlon Fisher of attempting to blackmail her, which is precisely what Emma Gabby is actually doing to Marlon Fisher. She then casts herself as the victim, arguing that in exposing the truth, Marlon Fisher had betrayed and abandoned her, which in turn, in her view, gave her license to extort Marlon Fisher. These are, again, text messages between Emma Gabby and Marlon Fisher. Emma Gabby writes, "If you chose to blackmail me, I would have no choice except to be honest with the world about what you've done to me. Why? And you would have to suffer repercussions of the truth, among several men that are attributing to my problems and behavior, of whom I also have evidence for." Fisher writes back to her, "I hear your points, and I'm not manipulating you to do anything. You could do something to prevent me if this were blackmail. There is nothing you can do. I hoped you wouldn't be shallow and selfish. I hoped you would show me that you care. You show me that you don't care at all." Emma writes to him, "You blackmail, betrayed my trust, and abandoned me." Emma writes,
"Wait, abandon her? He can't even find out what her age is. Would you be with someone you didn't know what their age was unless they looked like they were 90? Okay, moving on.
Thanks for abandoning me. So in another conversation, it goes forward and he is still trying to get her to come clean about the fact that she lied about her age regarding the situation. Now, there's no relationship between and Marlon Fisher. He's just doing this because obviously he thinks that it's wrong that this man is about to go to jail for decades based on somebody that was not honest about her age. But on her way to meet with the prosecutor in the trial, just shocked.
Arctic Wolf, what do you think? When I watched this the first time, I was completely beside myself. I was like, this young lady needs some really good therapy. She hasn't just done it to one or two people. I mean, she's working on five, because both of the brothers, excuse me. So, I mean, I know, heck no, right? Like, could you imagine not knowing the situation you were getting yourself into? And then when things start coming to light, you're like, oh, this is going to be very bad.
Shocking. Somehow, she is able to combine his suffering with sexual gratification. This is demonstrated by a conversation where Gabby inquires with Marlon Fisher about whether or not her butt plug will set off the metal detector in the courthouse. She writes this: would a butt plug go off through a metal detector? How does this end? Well, it ends with Emma Gabby filing documents against Marlon Fisher. On September 16, 2019, she walked into Palm Beach County Courthouse and filed a temporary injunction for protection against domestic abuse against Marlon Fisher under what he claims are false pretenses. He says that she asked him to go to a concert with her. He declined to. She got angry. She filed a restraining order under oath in Florida State Court where she accused Marlon Fisher of severely abusing her. Marlon Fisher, distraught, did not know what to do. Now, just as a reminder, they've engaged in BDSM, according to him. She wants to engage in BDSM.
And the terrible part about that is if they did engage in BDSM and she actually took pictures of this, of her body, and then she has this false evidence that she's about to portray in court, could turn out very badly. So hopefully, he has enough written evidence to prove all of that in court. So this is now two guys in. One that's incarcerated, the one that is combating her now. Okay.
And so now she is claiming that she has been abused. So you can imagine this obviously presents some suffering. He says that she had already been threatening to turn him in for statutory rape. So in an act of desperation under duress, Marlon Fisher accepted the false allegations of the restraining order to avoid a potential statutory rape charge. This later on, Emma admits via text with Mark Fisher that she didn't really want the charges against him to be that strong. Mark writes to her, the things I remember being on it, this is obviously the protection order, was that I was a heavy user of illicit drugs, would beat you when you tried to leave, restrained you from leaving or calling the cops, often left you on the side of the highway if you said anything to upset me, that I had been stalking you and showing up places that I knew that you would be after you ended things. So in this text correspondence, once again, and this is going to become relevant later when we get to the Tate brothers case, is that she's claimed that she's been restrained from leaving, that she's not allowed to leave this guy, Marlon Fisher. She responds to him by saying, that's so effed up that I wrote that. I'm going to clear this up.
I hope everybody caught that. So he texted her to get her to validate the statements that were in the protective order, right? And she states, that is so messed up that I wrote that. I'm going to clear this up. Again, she admits earlier that she was a pathological liar. Get to know, how are you doing over there? Are you in utter shock? I don't know where he went. That was in Florida, so how old was she then? We don't know. I have no idea. Maybe somewhere in here it explains. I think she's like 21 or 22 now. But I guess we'll figure it out. I think the first case, I think she was 15. I don't know in this case. But this seems to be a trend. And this is, one of the reasons, parents, please pay attention to what your kids are doing on the internet. I know it's hard. Please. Please, please, please.
Up. Not to defend any of this, but to clarify, I promise I never said that you were a user of drugs. He then says, you weren't the one writing it. She says back.
So now she's saying she didn't write those statements for the protective order. Someone else wrote them for her. Yeah, I can do math a little sometimes. Yeah, right? I mean, come on. Like, yeah, it gets deep, you guys.
The things I think she meant to say wrote were definitely reworded and exaggerated. They asked me of events and then they reworded my words in the official injunction document. I was brought in to speak to two lawyers, the legal aide who had just finished law school that was defending me and her colleague who was training her. I'm incredibly sorry that what I said encapsulated a completely false narrative, especially that paints you as a terrible person because you aren't. You never deserve to be treated that way. Nobody does. None of it was okay. Absolutely none of it. If there is anything you can think of that I can do to prove that I understand that and truly.
And again, this is a woman that is trying to assert herself as the submissive one, being at his beck and need, right? Because she's wanting what? She's trying to start that cycle again. She's in the kissy makeup cycle to where she could suck him into doing this again.
Am repentant ? Okay, so let's move on. That is the person number 2 that she has had a relationship with. Now, again, I'm just giving you the facts of the case. You can look these cases up yourself. They are public, and again, I told you that is playing out in Palm Beach. The next case, and I want to be clear here, I have seen people online circulating saying that this woman, that Emma Gabby, caused a man to commit suicide. I want to say that that is something that is an allegation that I would not stand by. I think it's completely circumstantial. Obviously, this young man, Dustin Milner, is dead, so there is no way to confirm that. But I'm adding this to his list because his brother is willing to testify in the Andrewtate case that is pending against Emma in Palm Beach.
So you can only imagine what she put that gentleman through. So there is 5. You can only imagine what she put that gentleman through for him to take his life. He may have been married or whatever. Who knows how that case goes? That would have to be something that we could look up in another stream. It won't be this evening because, it's already getting late and I would like you guys to get through this, but it's so much information and so eye-opening to what is really going on.
Dustin Milner's story is arguably the most heartbreaking of all. Interviews with family and friends strongly suggest that the proximate cause of Milner's tragic suicide was his relationship with Emma Gabby, who targeted, abused, devalued, and manipulated Dustin Milner to the point where he took his own life. Our 2 strongest sources of intelligence regarding this tragedy are Dustin Milner's brother, Jason Milner, and Dustin Milner's close friend, Adam Heinrich. It basically goes on to say that, Dustin Milner had already had depression issues before he ever met her and that their relationship didn't help the situation. And he eventually killed himself. She was kind of in and out of his house. He was madly in love with her, fell for her in a very short period of time.
Right? Arctic Timberwolf. Now are you getting to understand why I was like, he's asserting himself as the alpha male and that manipulative stuff wasn't working with him. And I think as soon as Andrewtate was and his brother were even sensing that something manipulative was going on, I think that's when they had made the decision to cut ties. And I don't think she was very happy with that. Now, I don't know exactly how that process went through. She may explain it here. We'll see. Um, if you would like to stop here and finish this tomorrow, we can do that. I will save this spot. Or if you guys would like to continue listening and get through the rest of this video, that's also fine. Just let me know in chat. But it is extremely disturbing that I am for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, and it's mind-boggling to me and disturbing to me how this has transpired. Arkansas says stay here. Arkansas, you're welcome to come up if you like, hun. I don't even know what to think. Honestly, it brings tears to my eyes because women like this can put a very bad taste in law enforcement and the judicial system's mouth about what to take seriously and what not to take seriously. And it hurts. You just got the pizza out of the oven? Okay, sweetheart. Yeah. Because there is a lot of families that have been broken up due to violence, and this should not be able to happen. It should not. And it does.
Even though she never actually moved in with him, but would spend small amounts of time at his home, only to then disappear and then reappear at a future point. According to his best friend, her behavior made Dustin angry and depressed and exasperated his already depressive condition. He also stated that Gabby was the very last person to see Dustin before he committed suicide. So they feel that their relationship led to his suicide. But again, that's circumstantial. There is no evidence here that could back this up. She didn't tell him to kill himself. And so I just want to make it clear that in digging into this, I didn't feel comfortable suggesting that she made him commit suicide. But that is something that you're seeing circulating online. So I just wanted to clear that portion of the conversation up. Moving on to a young man named Tyler Hensel, who believes
4.
that he was fraudulently also in.
We are at person number 4. 4. That means Andrew and Tristan is 5 and 6.
Induced and into a sexual relationship with Emma Gabby, and that he was also extorted. Tyler Hensel was another boyfriend. Summary of his statements is as follows. Emma Gabby led him to believe that she was 26 years old when she was really 17 at the time. I'll just pause there and say, how many times and how many men can say that they're being lied to about somebody's age before we believe them? I'm just asking the question. It's just, I've never been accused of lying to men about my age, but I'm just noticing that there is a pattern, and it's important to note that these men did not know each other when all of these things are going on. So yes, she led him to believe that she was 26 years old when in reality, she was just 17 at the time in order to induce Hensel.
So that makes 4 before the age of 18. 4 men can be incarcerated because she's lying. She's being manipulative about her age. That's 4 men unknowingly, 5 and 6, including the Tate brothers, that could potentially do a long time in prison because of her behavior, allegedly.
Into an illicit sexual relationship. Again, this is according to Tyler Hensel. Hensel, who was 35 when he had intercourse with her, was thus deceived into believing that he was having an illicit relationship, thereby demonstrating another instance where Emma Gabby induced a man into having unlawful sex while still underage. Emma Gabby repeated her psychologically abusive playbook on Hensel.
Wait. Wasn't there the guy? Wait. Oh, no. So it's 7, right? Because we forgot about the gentleman, the one that offed himself, right? So there's the first guy. Then there's the J guy. And then there's the one that offed himself. Then there's this guy. So we're at 4. The Tate brothers would be 5 and 6. Is it 5 and 6? I've lost count now. Can anyone tell me what number we're on? Is this number 5? Oh, welcome in, Pencil. Welcome in, way up, dude. Yes, of course it will. Pencil. Oh my gosh. If you watch this, you're going to need popcorn. I'm telling you. Definitely going to need food. Every thought and everything that we have been told is being debunked with a long history. 4, right? So this guy is number 5. Oh, I can't even keep count. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch it.
She targeted and manipulated Hensel, a recovering drug addict and therefore a particularly vulnerable man. She played up her own perceived vulnerability to buy Hensel's sympathy, fabricating a story about her parents being drug addicts. Hensel is a well-intentioned man. He travels the world helping others with opioid addictions find organic treatments. He was therefore the perfect host to believe her lies, which he found convincing, and felt sympathy towards her, given the emotional backstory she told him that included a history of drug abuse, which he could readily relate to. Upon inducing him into sex, she doubled down on her masochistic tendencies, indicating to Hensel, like to Martin Fisher before him, that she was into BDSM and insisted on calling him daddy in the bedroom. At one point, when the two of them were alone, Gabby even jumped on top of Tyler Hensel, initiating sexual contact. Hensel, who was not into this kind of degrading behavior, often rejected her demands for more aggressive sexual conduct. Eventually, upon discovering that she had communicated a different age to someone else, Hensel started questioning her about her age, which got her to confess to him that she was actually only 19 years old. After discovering these revelatory facts about Emma Gabby's life, he cut off all ties with her. He told her that he did not want to speak with her anymore, and he blocked her on every social media platform.
Was she 17 or was she 19? Because I swear just a couple of seconds ago, they said that she was 17.
Now, again, this person, she never ended up filing anything against. He essentially figured out how old she was, blocked her, got out, and is offering this account to people that are investigating her.
That is guy number 5.
The defamation of Joel Friedman.
Oh, we're on 6.
She's a man named Joel Friedman, and this is an actual text message. How do we know about this defamation against Joel Friedman?
Joel Friedman. Now we are on number 6. We're not even to the Tate brothers yet.
Because she wrote it in a text message to Marlon Fisher. As a reminder, Marlon Fisher is the one that is pursuing her in Palm Beach court and providing text messages that he shared with her. She falsely accused Friedman of rape by telling Marlon that she was raped by Friedman. This is the text message exchange between Marlon.
And what were her allegations with the Tates? Same things being repetitive over and over and over again. The same lies, same statements. So at this point, I mean, as a judge, who would you believe? Like, what significant evidence? She would have to have a video proving that this even happened, and it being not taken out of context at this point. And even at that, I don't even know if that would be convincing enough for law enforcement. I don't know.
Marlon and Gabby. Gabby writes, "Can I message Joel to tell him that I have a boyfriend?" Marlon Fisher says, "As you clearly understand, nobody cares that you have a boyfriend, but if you'd like to tell him that he raped you, by all means." Emma says, "I'd like to not put our relationship at risk. I'll gladly tell him when I'm 18 and anybody else that happened with." So
did she just say, "I'll tell him when I'm 18"? So she was only 17. Aha. So she lied about her age again. She said she was 19.
Sweet you are. You're breaking up with me because I don't want to tell Joel that he raped me. 1, I don't know if he would tell other people that I'm underage or who he would tell. And if they know that I'm dating you, what happens then? 2, it'd be awkward to go to a drum circle again, LOL. Marlon Fisher ended up actually confronting Friedman. You imagine your girlfriend tells you that she was raped by some other man. You're going to go defend her, obviously. And he's basically saying to her, you better go say something to him about the fact that he raped you. He needs to know that he raped you. And she's kind of coming up with the reason, oh, no, I don't want to say anything. And he'll know that I'm underage, blah, 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 blah. This might impact us. Well, eventually Marlon Fisher confronts Friedman over the rape allegation. Friedman, purports to be an innocent man, of course, denied those allegations. He stated that he came to...
So she's how old? 17. And that was in 2018. She's 17 then. Hi, Gemini guy. Welcome in. So that makes her how old now? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. $23, $22. I think 22, right?
Know Emma Gabby in or around 2018 by meeting her at a drum circle evening in Delray Beach. He knew her by the name of Eden, but only recently he found out that her name was Emma. He recalled that Emma Gabby specifically told him that her name was Eden. Friedman stated that they had a dating type relationship.
And if you go back to the beginning, when it showed all her aliases of what she went by, that was one of them.
But were never intimate and shared the passion of music together. Gabby informed Friedman that she lived with a man named. At some point, she told Friedman that she was being abused by a man, but Friedman never saw any signs of abuse. At another point, Gabby began telling people that Friedman was her brother, which made him uncomfortable. Finally, Friedman learned that Gabby had accused him of rape after he was confronted by Marlon Fisher. Regarding the false allegation of rape against him, Friedman stated this: "This allegation of rape is an outrageous and blatant lie. I've never had an intimate relationship with Emma Gabby and never forced myself on her. I give this affidavit to get my side of the story out. As I understand, Emma Gabby was making defamatory statements to other people about me." So that's really interesting. You see a person who has a pattern, these men that are coming out and making statements via an affidavit that about their relationship with her, about how she lied, about how she manipulated. But this pattern of speaking to one man about the last man and claiming that she's in a...
Exactly. And when she's going from one guy to the next guy and she's telling the new guy about the old guy, you don't think that they're going to get in contact somehow, some way, someday? And they can all like conjure their stories together? Especially when a situation like this arises. And it's the same girl and all these people are like, oh, there's a Florida woman that's in Romania and this is her name. And all these guys are coming out of the woodwork going, hey, I went through that. Look, I have an open case on her already. This may not look too good.
A compromising situation is what these men are saying. That is something that is interesting. She comes and she says that she's in a compromising situation and the other person's here to rescue her. She's telling Marlon that Tyler Hensel raped her. She's talking to this person. She's talking to Friedman and saying, oh, this other guy that I'm dealing with is raping me, or I'm in a compromising situation. This is her pattern of behavior before she ever meets a single Tate brother. Again, you can pursue these online. You can read these statement affidavits yourself. We are days away from the Durban Accords, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in the past 80 years. On August, why this is all relevant as it relates to the case against the Tate brothers, the case that we're not supposed to talk about because as conservatives, we think that he's had an immoral life and he ran a webcam business. So who cares if he goes to prison for something that he didn't do? Well, I care. I care about this case because even if you are not a Christian, even if you are not a conservative, you do not deserve to spend sentences in prison for crimes that you may have not committed. That is why I care about this case. So let's talk about the Tate brothers and how Emma met them. First,
so how is chat feeling about this right now? What is your perspective? I'm very curious to know how you guys think, how you guys feel. How are you feeling right now? Because I know when I watched it the first time, I was blown away. Blown away. How are you doing tonight, Gemini? So that was guy, what was it, number 6? Now we have the Tate brothers, which would be 7 and 8. I know Arky has got to have some comments. Get to know, I think he fell asleep. Let me know. Let me know. I'm very curious to see how other people view the situation. Well, it's interesting. Yes. Yes. I don't even know what to say, actually. I'm that confused. Like, how has someone been able to get away with this for so long and not get caught doing this behavior? I guess that would be my first question. If, say, perhaps that these things did happen, I question how she's got away with it for so long with so many people. So basically, so far, Arkansas, we have 6 gentlemen before the Tate brothers. We have 6 gentlemen that have said pretty much the same story over and over and over again in a very, very short period of time. So these gentlemen, it probably all took place 15, 16, 17, in a 2-year period. She's still not legal yet. She's just now turning 18, I believe, with the last guy. So she has slept with, she has been in this situation with 5 men in a 2-year period. When people lie to me, I begin to strategically testing them until they fall backwards and are snared and taken. Okay. Let's get back to the video. Alpha and beta males, are there any guys here? Yes, there's gentlemen here. Welcome in, DK. Yeah, it's in the beginning I was explaining like the difference between alpha and beta males and, females, and kind of like how this whole persona of the Tates, how their personality could have been misconstrued and people taking this down a wrong road, and then to pull in some evidence that kind of shows, a history of this young lady. Oh, it's a trap. Okay, I get you. Right, and people do. Eventually they hang themselves.
First and foremost, just of curious consideration, this is a text conversation between Emma and her mother, Mona, which took place on November 18th, 2021. Emma wrote to her mom, "I also have an amazing..."
So, Arkansas, the Tates are Andrew and Tristan Tate, who have been very well known on social media. And they were accused of and arrested. They were accused and arrested of trafficking and abuse and SA. Great.
Friend Tristan,
by this said
that's
female.
coming here from Romania to host a big business conference. Him and his brothers are world kickboxing champions. They're originally from England.
This
This
explains.
business conference will go for 2 weeks. He's having a big charity gala there and invited me as his date. He's very nice, respectful, and all around a true gentleman. He has beautiful homes in Bucharest, Romania, Miami, and Monaco. He's building a castle close to Dracula's old castle. I've been planning to go to the UK. Tristan wants to show me all over Romania. So how did Tristan Tate come across Emma Gabby? Emma Gabby, he met her on a dating application, Hinge. You guys are familiar with that. He found her interesting, and he did, in fact, invite her to a Tate-affiliated War Room event that took place in Miami during December of 2021. At some point, he invited Gabby to join him and his friends at an after-party event. Over the course of the next 2 weeks, Tristan and Gabby spent a good deal of time together. They frequently conversed and soon became romantically intimate. Tristan resided at a Miami property with a group of male and female friends.
So now, if I recall, she is saying Tristan. And if I recall, so according to some previous streams that I've watched in evidence, she never even ever met Andrew. But I could be mistaken, so please don't judge me on that one. I have mixed feelings about Andrew and Tristan. Actually seems okay. I don't have a problem. I am really at the minds of thinking that they are innocent. Can they be a little arrogant? Yes. Actually, I think overly, not even overly confident, just excessively confident, I guess. But that's their personality type and they're alpha male. So with that being said, I digress. Let's go back to the show.
Friends during his visit and invited her to the property at which he was staying. She visited the property on multiple occasions during the approximate 2 weeks that Tristan was in Miami. And
don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, guys. If you enjoy this and you would like some more, please hit that like and subscribe.
During this 2-week period, they engaged in consensual intercourse multiple times. On multiple occasions, he invited her back to the property, and each time that she was invited, she accepted those invitations. They continued to have intercourse up until the time that he departed Miami in December of 2021. She initially told Tristan, again, this is according to Tristan, that she came from a wealthy family, but she didn't give many specific details about her family life.
She came from a wealthy family. I thought she was an orphan. If you guys remember earlier on in the show, she had a very good story about how she was orphaned and that she wasn't able to have emotional connections even to her parents, her adopted parents. Oh, I think they are innocent, but Andrew is too arrogant. See, arrogance is when you're gloating over something you don't have. Confident is kind of like gloating over things you do have. So I think it's more of a overly confident or just excessively confident. I won't even say overly because he does have all those things. So arrogance wouldn't be a good word. I think it would just be excessively confident, but that is his nature. I watched both of their first interviews after they were allowed off house arrest or were allowed house arrest. Yes, they were great. We just watched one of those, my last stream about the men. It was great. I will be playing Tristan's version of that, my next stream. So everyone gets a chance to watch that also. Yes, now she's a wealthy orphan. Yes, exactly. I'm glad that you guys are, keeping up with the very shaky narrative that she is portraying to these people, to these men. Amazing.
The course of numerous conversations, she explained that she was interested in growing and monetizing her pre-existing online presence on social media websites such as OnlyFans and TikTok. He had the impression that she was a relaxed woman who...
So she already has OnlyFans, TikTok, and some other websites, as we well know. And she is telling the gentleman about this. She's telling Tristan about this. This is what I want to do. I'm trying to grow it. Okay.
Was looking to further her online presence through various social media websites. And at some point, Gabby and Tate began talking about Gabby coming to Romania. After his departure to Romania, Gabby and Tate followed up intermittently with each other between December 2021 and April of 2022 via text message and WhatsApp messaging. As time went on, Emma Gabby's messages to Tristan became more frequent and more adamant about relocating to Romania for work. The nature of the conversations primarily centered on business and specifically creative ways that she might get involved in Romania's hugely profitable e-modeling industry. Although Tristan had minimal involvement, business, personal, or otherwise, in the Romanian e-modeling industry, Tristan was under the impression, based on what she had previously told him, that she wanted to leave the United States for a variety of reasons. Tristan knew about Romania's burgeoning modeling business and thought Romania might be a perfect alignment with her current work as a TikTok and OnlyFans model and her professed long-term careers. Now, I'm assuming that Tristan is going to have messages that show this, but it is, again, relevant that she already was on TikTok and OnlyFans.
And of course, as you well know, I'm sure that those men will be very versed in this type of behavior as far as working with other ladies that have done this. And so this is not their first rodeo. And I am very sure that they probably have a copy of all of their messages to show this is what happened on their end. Being of their stature and how long they had been doing this, I don't see why they would have ever not kept something like that. Especially with as many women, if they said that's been in and out of their life. Wanna be rich. Exactly. Exactly. That's all I can say.
when she began speaking to him about wanting her career to become bigger. During those interactions, Emma Gabby also gave the appearance that she was hoping to continue her sexual rendezvous with Tristan in Romania. Tristan, by contrast, remained aloof and for the most part did not reciprocate her romantic advances. In fact, on several occasions, he did just the opposite and questioned her motives by asking her, "Do you really want to leave the USA?" Tate believed that she already lived quite well in Florida since he was under the impression that she came from a wealthy family. He therefore made efforts to ground her dreams about Romania into realistic expectations. Like obviously, if you're from Delray Beach and Palm Beach, moving to Romania, it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for you. After getting assurances that she was serious about relocating to Romania, Tate eventually welcomed the idea of the rendezvous with Emma in Romania, and in the spirit of fun and adventure, gave Emma Gabby his credit card information to book a flight. She booked a business class ticket valued at approximately $4,000 from Palm.
She booked a business class ticket, not coach, business class ticket for this rendezvous.
Beach International Airport to Bucharest. On Wednesday, he picked her up from the airport. Thereafter, the two of them went to lunch. At first impression, he felt that Emma behaved differently from how he remembered her back in Miami. She seemed aloof and distant, which he found rather striking, considering how warm and friendly.
Now, in her side of it, she's in a foreign country. I don't know if she travels outside the country frequently. There is going to be an adjustment period for her. So in her defense, maybe there was some distance there because it was going to take some getting used to her being there and this new place away from home.
He had remembered her during the time that they spent together in Florida. When Emma arrived at the Tate brothers remaining in the state, she provided the security detail with her ID details, and they granted her access to enter and leave the property whenever she wanted. Emma Gabby was in possession of her passport at all times. Emma Gabby was in Romania for a total of 6 days. 6 days.
She was only there for 6 days. 6 days. That's it.
Freely moved back and forth over that time span between the Tate brothers' property and the home of Yasmina Penkov, a friend of the Tate brothers, with whom Emma Gabby resided with during parts of her visitation. Emma Gabby stayed with Tristan Tate at his Romanian estate for the first 2 days, during which time Emma Gabby and Tristan Tate discussed permanent living arrangements. On the first night, Emma Gabby and Tristan Tate engaged in consensual intercourse. After the second day, on Friday, April 7th, Emma Gabby relocated to another home, as agreed, located approximately 1 kilometer from the Tate estate. At no time while Emma Gabby was living at the second location were her movements restricted or was she confined in any way. The second home, unlike the Tate brothers' estate, was not guarded by security. Emma Gabby was free to enter and leave the home as she pleased, a fact that is corroborated by released surveillance footage now widely available online, depicting Emma Gabby freely moving back and forth from home to home without issue. Now, I'll tell you why this is relevant, obviously, because I just went to Bucharest, Romania.
And so by them having that evidence is going to save them a lot of headache. So I'm very happy that they do have that documented, because technically she's saying she's being held against her will. But it gets better, guys. It gets better. Get that popcorn.
Every piece of the Tate property is covered in surveillance cameras, barring the bathrooms. And what was intimated to me from Andrew and Tristan was that they offered all of this surveillance video to the prosecutors. Examine it. If anybody was held or locked down, you would be able to find this. And that they declined to go through it. So some of the surveillance footage has been released to the public, and you can see this individual moving freely on the property and freely off of the property. But we're going to get into her text messages, which are really telling. Right now, we're just getting into what the Tate brothers say they have proof of what happened leading up to this moment. In addition, at all times, Gabby was in possession of her phone and was able to speak freely without restriction. That part is going to be proven by the fact that we have text messages between her and her mother and her friend at that time. Again, the allegations here initially that he had locked them down, that they couldn't get out. According to sworn testimony of Penkov, Emma Gabby frequently communicated by cell phone through both calls and texts with her parents during her 6-day visitation. Emma Gabby communicated with other friends and acquaintances located overseas by phone during her visitation as well. That is also going to be proven when we get to how the U.S. Embassy was contacted. At all times in which Emma Gabby was located in Romania, she was not restrained in her movement, never confined, never controlled by any person, nor was she threatened in any manner, and always had free will. At no time did Tristan Tate, Andrew Tate, or anyone affiliated with the Tate brothers restrict Emma Gabby's mobility during her visitation. In fact, there is video proof in CCTV footage of her leaving both houses to order pizza, visit the mall, and shop for various other reasons. For instance, in one CCTV video, Emma Gabby is happily and freely moving about the Tate estate. She appears to exit, go to and retrieve something from her vehicle, and then re-enter with a smile on her face. The truth is that during her 6-day trip to Romania, she shopped, went sightseeing, was free to leave.
So, I mean, if you guys take a step back, like, what would trigger her? Was she not making enough money? Was she like, what would trigger her to all of a sudden be upset? We have to question that. What made her do what she did? We'll see.
At any time, and even attended a birthday party. Upon information and belief months in advance of her trip to Romania, Emma Gabby had been plotting to escape the United States for Europe to pursue a lavish new life overseas. By the time
she had been planning, upon information and belief months in advance of her trip to Romania, she had been plotting to escape the United States for Europe, to pursue a lavish life overseas. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Her boyfriend caught her. Is that the gentleman that she texted? I know nobody else knows what's going on. So if you know, shh, let's get to it.
She met Tristan Tate. She had become extremely disillusioned with her own life in the United States, the direct result of having ensnared herself in a series of poor decisions, starting from a young age and refusing to deal with the consequences of her actions like a mature adult. Accordingly, for anyone, but particularly for a woman of her age, she had already amassed a ton of emotional, financial, and legal baggage, which I think we would all agree with that assessment on the basis of all of the cases that I just took you through. As discussed above, several of these men's lives were literally destroyed from Emma Gabby.
And we were at 6. 6 men's lives were destroyed. The Tate brothers are now 7 and 8. That's what we're on right now, is number 7 and number 8. She wasn't just happy with 1 or 2. No, she couldn't be. She has to go on and do more damage, more lives. One already like unalived himself and escaped the U.S. from what? This is supposed to be like the free country, right? The land of the American dream. What is she escaping of? What did she's probably escaping all those lies and court cases that she's put on people. So she can now go to Europe and do it over there. Come on. It's women like that put other women in a position. So when they say, hey, I've been abused, what my whole channel's about, people aren't going to believe them. It's too bad because a lot happens in this world. Wow, Black Widow spider has 8 legs. Yeah, no doubt. Exactly. Well, what happens to the spider? Arctic wolf. Wonder if the percentage of crazy girls is now. I know, right? Woo. Well, hopefully, again, I've said it before in other situations. Let this be a lesson. Let this be a lesson of things not to do. Let's carry on.
Gabby's diabolical exploits. 1, language is in prison, his entire life room with a lengthy prison sentence.
And DK, I'm not sure if you're male or female, but if you're a female, right on. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I know a lot of women are very, very like they don't want to understand it. And so, they have their misconceptions over different types of, oh, well, thank you. You know what I mean? And so, their instant thing is to defend the woman. But then, they have to look at like, what are these women really doing these days? Thank you, DK.
Sentence. Another was driven to suicide. Again, I want to be clear, that is speculative. Dozens more remain emotionally and financially shattered. The idea, therefore, that she wanted to turn the page on her life and hit the proverbial reset button was self-explanatory. In a text message to her mother, dated November 18th, 2021, Emma Gabby describes Tristan Tate as a, quote, amazing friend who is coming here from Romania to host a big business conference. Her first impression and description of Tristan Tate reveals quite a lot about her intentions. She immediately hones in on his success as a European entrepreneur and by extension identified him as an ideal scapegoat to start life afresh in Europe. In subsequent messages with her mother, Emma Gabby repeatedly emphasizes the Tate brothers' European background, general worldliness, and success as businessmen, as well as her own desire to visit the United Kingdom, which had long been a central part of her own long.
So this had been, remember, this is what was her plan. She wanted to escape America and go to the UK. And she's, telling her mom, hey, these are great guys. This is what they do. Da, 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 da. Never once in there did she say, I'm being abused. They're hurting me. I'm being held captive. But I got my phone. I would like to get in touch and do a show together. Maybe you're more well known than me. I just keep getting banned. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, anytime. I believe my email is in my About Me section. Feel free to hit me up.
Long-term plans. In particular,
I'll type it.
Emma Gabby made a point of noting that the Tate brothers' British roots, an added bonus that dovetailed nicely with her long-standing plans to visit and potentially start a fresh life in London. She wrote this to her mother. When we met, we opened up to each other about a lot. He likes to call me Emma, even though he knows everyone calls me Eden. Something he brought up recently is that he has been to Albany many, many times and has very good friends there. And he wants to show me around the country and take me to the waterfalls and their cultural festivals and then to Europe. Her mother writes, awesome plans, makes me dream, but keep your feet well anchored to your grounds. She writes, either way, I've been planning to go to the UK. Tristan wants to show me all over Romania. After spending a few days at the Tate estate in Bucharest, Gabby's unrealistic expectations about living a glamorous life in Europe were forced to come to terms with the mundane, day-to-day realities of successful businessmen. Although Tristan and Andrew offered Gabby free range of their home and many luxuries throughout the duration of her visit, the brothers themselves spent most of their days preoccupied with work rather than entertaining and spending time.
What did she expect? They didn't make their millions by sitting on the couch. They got to work. Can't just spend money or eventually you'll run out. Not saying that they'd run out, but I'm just saying frugal. Okay, they're not frugal, but you know what I mean. This is crazy. Why would anyone want to defect from the U.S. for the UK? That's just borderline treason. Well, I think it's for the reasons that of all the cases that she has going, all the stuff that baggage that she has. I think that would be why.
Time with guests. Gabby refused to adjust her expectations to meet the Tate brothers' work-focused lifestyle. She expected a European tour immediately and basically wanted to live and be treated like royalty. Her patience quickly wore thin. Gabby proceeded to survey the other females of the Tate brothers who visited their estate for potential accomplices. Although the overwhelming majority of female guests were quite happy with the lifestyle, Emma Gabby dialed in on one guest. A. Untila is what she's listed as, who appeared similarly bored with the experience and, like Gabby, was looking for newfound excitement. Gabby conscripted Untila using similar methods of manipulation to convince her to go along with Gabby's new scheme, which was to defraud the Tate brothers and ultimately accuse them of human trafficking and other grave crimes. Afterwards, being rescued by the United States Embassy and Romanian police for human trafficking. Gabby and Antilla would then travel together to the French Riviera in London to have a glamorous European experience that Gabby had always envisioned.
Wow. So for someone who just got out of being held hostage and trafficked, now they are on the French Riviera. Mm-hmm. I would be mortified. And I'm pretty alpha female, but I would be freaking mortified. I wouldn't want to travel anywhere after that.
So they're alleging that she basically, just to recap here, pause, she, at the Tate brothers' house, again, we're going to learn that she's only there for a total of 6 days. She's getting bored. She realizes, oh, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. I thought Europe was going to be very glamorous. If you thought you were going to have a glamorous European experience, you probably wouldn't start with Bucharest, Romania. You probably would start with maybe Paris or maybe London. And she's starting to realize that these guys are working all day. This is not what I thought this was going to be. Oh, here's another girl who maybe thinks like me. Her name is Antilla. I'm going to just refer to her as Antilla going forward. And they have now a scheme that they're just going to defraud the Tate brothers. And then they're going to enjoy their glamorous European lifestyle. So the story goes on that Gabby and Antilla started off by using a private group chat to plot their conspiracy against the Tate brothers. Upon information and belief at the heart of the conspiracy was the motive to defraud Andrew Tate of 200,000 euros. On April 10th, 2022, Emma, Gabby, and Antilla initiated their plot to obtain money from Andrew through false pretenses. Although they were ultimately unsuccessful, the following exchange provides insight into how Gabby and Antilla planned to defraud and extort Andrew of money and potentially other luxuries. Here is an actual chat between the two young women. Emma, Gabby, right?
Okay, so here is the actual chat between Gabby and Antilla.
I'm talking to my friend about it now, and she is saying that you should try to get money from Andrew. Where is your sister in London, babe? Antilla writes back, I'm not good at this, LOL. I have never asked anyone for money. Emma writes to her, she's saying if you tell him that you have something important and you need money for, he will give it to you. Antilla writes back, oh.
Now, remember what he said in a previous live stream. She's trying to use those same tactics on the person that, knows these tactics. It's not going to work.
Okay, I will think about it, like what to say.
It may have worked on the previous men, but it isn't going to work on these two.
The two women, Emma and Antilla, then go on to take matters to the next level and have the following conversation in text messages, and in pertinent part in which they describe how they will employ matters of deception against the Tate brothers to carry out the criminal act. Emma writes, cover tracks, always. Your phone might be visible. Antilla writes, you are a good actress. Emma writes, I practice. Antilla writes, perfecto. For now, change my name in your phone. Gabby writes, okay, you too. Antilla writes, just play it cool. Gabby writes, got it. Antilla writes, like you don't know anything, just play dumb. Gabby writes, I'm going to pull some tears out. It is clear from the above exchange that neither Gabby nor Antilla believed they were victims. Rather, they simply did not want to be held responsible for attempting to defraud Andrew of money and devised a whole scheme under false pretenses to trick him. Further evidence of their plot
DK.
is found in the fact that Gabby even goes so far as to laugh when Antilla speaks about playing the victim. Afterwards, Gabby and Antilla joke about contacting Netflix and other streaming services to recount their golden Oscar performances, which they apparently considered Hollywood-worthy. Here's another exchange that took place between the two girls via text message. Gabby writes, we are writing a movie ASAP. Antilla, yep, for sure. We have to. Gabby writes, I'm dying inside. Antilla writes, let's email Netflix. ASAP. Gabby writes back, Hulu, Amazon Prime. Antilla writes back, yep. Now, when I read these texts,
is anyone else completely and utterly blown away? Because I am. I'm just saying. Like, these are real text messages. Is anybody else just like, what is going on?
text messages, just to take a pause here. it sounds like two young girls being idiots. And there's something about this that's so young. Oh my God, we're so funny. It almost reminds me of when me and a girlfriend of mine, and we were 16, would plot on how we were going to skip class, and if we got caught, what story we were going to tell, and we're texting and we're conspiring.
Exactly.
That's the feeling that I get when I read these text messages. It goes on to write that it is patently clear from the above exchange that neither Gabby nor Antilla believe that they were ever in any real danger, let alone in a situation even remotely close to human trafficking or being falsely imprisoned, which they would later allege. Indeed, the very opposite is true. Rather than being victims, Gabby and Antilla are in fact perpetrators of a crime of moral turpitude to commit fraud against the Tate brothers. I do want to pause here and also say that it really does seem that Emma Gabby in these text messages, if they are proven to be real, she's very much the ringleader here. She's kind of pressured her. She's the one that's bored. She's like, hey, let's do something here. What could...
Just watch Arkansas. I know. And I think the boys had to get, the men, I think the men had to, no, I don't think the Romanian law was just doing their due diligence according to what was said coming up next. And if you were law enforcement, you would have no choice but to be like, oh, I don't want the U.S. Embassy after me. I don't need, the United States chasing us down because we're not believing a certain situation. So I honestly believe that they needed to get this documentation to the, courts in Romania and say, look, this is what's going on. We haven't done anything. And I think they also, the Romanian court system also thought that maybe they would crack after a period of time of being in there, and they didn't budge.
Could we possibly do? And then you're going to see that accidentally this gets taken to a new level. Next, Gabby took the conspiracy to an entirely new level by sending distressing messages to an American-based man named Matthew Martelli, either a former or a current lover.
I agree, DK.
So she's doing, once again, we've seen this pattern. She's with another person, like she's got somebody else. So she's got this guy, Matthew Martelli, that she's messaging. And
this is guy number 9. This is guy 9. A Matthew Martelli that she's now messaging. Okay.
She starts problematizing another guy, right? So she's like, I'm going to message you about this guy, and I'm in a bad situation. We've heard multiple men that are alleging that she's done this before, right? This is not the first time that somebody has charged that she's done this. Well, Matthew Martelli starts receiving messages from her. She publishes in a text message to Martelli that both she and Antilla were being, quote unquote, human trafficked. This is the first time that we are hearing this term. She's been human trafficked. Again, she was here in Romania for a total of 6 days. The end goal, of course, remained always the same: to scapegoat the Tate brothers pursuant to the pleasures that she derived from manipulating and extorting successful paramours, and upon incriminating them, thereafter enjoying a luxury European vacation in London and the French Riviera. On April 11, 2022, just 1 day after conspiring with Antilla to defraud Andrewtate of money, Gabby communicates to Martelli via text message that she's, quote, leaving to go to London on the 12th. And that she had, quote, already bought tickets and wanted to bring, quote, a young girl, that's Antilla, along for the ride. Martelli, apparently in love or at the very least infatuated with Emma Gabby, then starts contacting government friends. And that is what eventually puts the United States Embassy in Bucharest on alert of Emma Gabby's allegations that Emma Gabby and Antilla were being human trafficked by the Tate brothers. Martelli does this despite the fact that Gabby tries to talk him out of calling the embassy. So she's trying to get some attention from this guy. She's like, I don't even want to be here. There's no way for me to leave. And then he's like, whoa, is that real? Because we should call the embassy. And then she's like, whoa, don't call.
Exactly. And she's going, whoa. Nope, I didn't mean it like that. You can't make an accusation of that magnitude and then not expect someone to get law enforcement involved. You just can't. You can't. So this, I think, was her last try. And she may end up, having to live the repercussions of making false statements to the U.S. Embassy and law enforcement.
Call the embassy because maybe she's not telling him the truth. maybe she's saying this for attention and to elicit a response and to have him worried, but this guy takes
Exactly,
the next step.
Arctic Wolf.
These are the text messages between Emma Gabby and Matthew Martelli, who is also an American citizen. Emma Gabby writes, "Hard thing is getting out of this house. There's 3 other girls besides her and I. They're groomers and handlers." Those are from some pretty serious words. She's texting Martelli saying these are groomers and handlers. She's using the word human sex trafficking. Now you're starting to see where all of these words are coming from. Where are these allegations coming from? It is coming from a conversation between Emma Gabby and another one of her paramours, Matthew Martelli, who she's just reaching out to about the situation because she wants to leave the house, allegedly. She says
she wanted to leave the house and go on her little vacation. Duh. I don't know what she thought was going to happen. Exactly, DK. Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly.
If they see us leave, they'll call the brothers. Then the brothers will call the airports and stop us from leaving. Okay, doesn't just implicate Andrew Tate in human sex trafficking. That actually implicates the Romanian government in human sex trafficking. If he can call the airport, right, a public airport in Romania, and say, don't let these girls board a flight, and the Romanian authorities at the airport, the border patrol agents at the airport, won't let her board, she's not just accusing Andrew Tate of sex trafficking. She is saying that he has enough power that he is now able to invoke the Romanian government to help him entrap women at his home. Okay, so that is something.
So we know that the Romanian government's going to be like, nope, we got to figure out what's going on right now. And of course, I know that, 90 days was excessive, but they probably really, 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 really wanted to make sure that nothing was going on. If they for 1 minute thought something was going on, they probably would never have been released. Just keep that in mind.
Something that should not be missed in this conversation. Martelli says, hold on to your passport and go to the Embassy of the United States. There is a USMC security detail. Say, I am an American and I am in danger.
USMC is United States Marine Corps.
Sounds actually concerned. Gabby says, I bought us tickets, that's plane tickets, for 6 or so a.m. We would leave in the middle of the night, tomorrow at 6 a.m. Martelli says, stand by, I'm going to make some calls. Obviously, he's being a good person here. He's just been told that a girl that he's interested in believes she's being human sex trafficked, and the government is going to stop her from boarding a flight. She then instantly writes back, don't make any calls, please. I want to go to London. LOL. I can't.
If she was in that much danger, like, what? Why would she still be interested in going to London? They needed new evidence every 30 days to hold them in custody. Really? And that may have been, the accusations or whatever that were coming up out of the woodwork. But we'll see. We will see. I'm very, very curious because I guess that's why they've been like digging through all his past streams and just trying to find something that they can catch them on. Get a bunch of spaghetti, throw it against the wall and see what sticks.
I can let you know how Tuesday goes. You have my location. If something happens, then we call, ? He says, fine, be safe. Slightest hint of danger. Gabby writes, I think I'll be able to get to London. Then I'll fly back to Florida after 2 weeks there. If I don't call or text on Tuesday, then something happened. But it's unlikely. In bold again. It's unlikely anything's going to happen, but don't call the embassy. Don't do anything like that, okay? I will contact you on Tuesday. I want to go to London right now. In subsequent text message exchanges, with Martelli, Gabby makes it clear that she has no issues leaving the Tate estate and that she did not sustain any injuries. These statements collectively erode the theory that she and Antilla were being imprisoned against her will as a human trafficking victim. Emily Gabby wrote to Martelli, I don't think they're going to notice, though. We're leaving in the middle of the night. He writes, good. Just glad that you are unharmed. Are you injured? She said, no injuries, neither of us. That's obviously relevant because in the charges against him, they are levying physical violence. She says, no injuries, neither
there
of
was
us. It's been
physical
a short
violence,
amount of
6
time.
days. She's
Yeah,
only
it
been
has.
there
It's
6
been 6
days.
days.
They would still have
They don't
bruises.
even suspect us for leaving. In the next exchange, she again repeats for a third time to Martelli that she had no issues leaving the Tate brothers' estate. She writes, I don't think I'll have trouble leaving. It's more of the girl with me. We have so much evidence, though. We can gather it and send it somewhere once we are away from here. Martelli writes, go to the embassy and get expedited stateside. Emma writes back, I want to go on my trip that I was promised. So I'm going to do that. LMAO. Forget being human sex trafficked. I want to go to London. That's what she's saying to Martelli. By the way, it's definitely worth mentioning that Emma Gabby did, in fact, make it to London and the French Riviera immediately following her amazing rescue by the U.S. Embassy. Emma Gabby also repeats the same story that she was free to leave the Tate brothers' estate in several text messages to her parents. She wrote, I am not so concerned. Tristan doesn't really care if I leave. I don't think they care that much if we leave anyways, which is why I feel okay. So, again, relevant to the idea that she was somehow entrapped. As the conversation continues, however...
Are you holding your pizza down there? Like, come on. If you were really going through this, really, 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 guys, ladies, gents, if you were really going through this, would you be worried about taking off on a vacation? And all these messages saying, oh, they're not worried about, we could leave, we could do this, we could do that. No. Your brain would be distraught. There would be bruises on you of some sort, some kind of evidence of abuse or mishandling. I mean, even at that point, if they were raped, I mean, there would be evidence of that. It's very disappointing, heartbreaking, actually.
Emma comes to realize the full gravity of her human trafficking allegations, and she dramatically changes her tune.
There's two.
As evidenced in the below exchange with Martelli, Emma Gabby becomes vindictive and gets bitter with Martelli once she realizes that he called the U.S.
But that's
embassy
just my
anyways.
perspective, DK.
So she told
There's
him
only
not
two.
to call. She first said human sex trafficking, then said, oh, no, don't call, never mind. I was just kind of saying that for your attention. He calls anyways, and now obviously this is a very big situation. She messages him. Did you call the embassy? Question mark. Be honest, please. Apparently, Marines are after me. That's when my mom just called on the phone screaming at me. Completely compromised my safety. Thanks. Yeah, I called.
But I thought she was safe. She was just saying they didn't care if she left, right? What in the... 3, he, she, it.
Called Neves and did what he said to do.
Exactly.
Goodbye, Matt. I just wanted to go to London. Handle it on my own. I trusted you with that information. Be upset if you want, but having the U.S. government come save your ass in a position that you put yourself in? Emma, it's not just me here. Martelli, I know. Emma, you don't understand. It's only me and one other girl that wants to leave. Are they coming here now or when I leave? Martelli, this is serious. Can they take her too? Yes, that's why I'm specifically trained for this. We have protocols in place. It's my literal job, M. Gabby, so they aren't on the way. Then she writes, good job. Now the police are coming. Finally, she becomes fully aware of the ramification of her actions. She wants Martelli to retract the U.S. embassy call and then proceeds to accuse Martelli of orchestrating a scheme. She's now angry at the guy who made a he legitimately tried to save her life here. I mean, you imagine a 21-year-old girl says, I'm being human sex trafficked, and then when you get it going and contact the U.S. embassy, she's now screaming at you saying, no, I wanted to go to London. I was going to have a good time in London. Martelli writes, and this is regarding Untilla, she's a human trafficking victim. She'll be entitled to protection. Emma Gabby writes, but she needs to go to London, to her family. We bought tickets. I wish I could take it back. Please, Matt, please do anything. I'll do anything to take it back.
She is now begging Matt to get a hold of the embassy and recant everything that he just stated. Not only would she be in trouble, but so is he would be in trouble too. What did she expect? What the heck did she expect?
He writes back, yes, they'll evaluate her. And Gabby writes back, I am so sad that you are doing this. She has family. So it just completely got out of control. She could not believe that he actually called the U.S. Embassy when she just kind of lightly said that she was being human sex trafficked. This situation obviously got out of her control because she didn't think that he would actually do it. She then goes as far as to gaslight Martelli, repeatedly psychologically abusive tactic that she has used on previous lovers, into taking the blame for the situation and for even putting her in danger despite her allegations of human sex trafficking. She's angry at him for alerting the authorities about her situation. She writes to him, definitely not trusting anything you say. Don't know why I bothered asking. Martelli, I have no idea what you're talking about. Gabby, you've actually managed to put me in far more danger by doing what you did yesterday with my parents, and you won't even admit to it. That brings us to April 12th, 2022, people, when the police raided the home where Gabby was.
I do believe they do show a small clip of the home of the Tate brothers being raided for these ladies. Devastating.
Residing. Police removed her from the home along with A. Untilla, separated the two women from the other females residing there at the time. Upon information and belief, none of the other women at the home were treated as victims, but they were required to endure uncomfortable conditions for hours on end. So,
thank you.
That brings us to the case against the Tates. So from that time in April all the way through to November is when they were finally arrested, but they were arrested and they were not charged. Pardon, that was actually in December 29th. That was when they were actually arrested. The infamous picture of them coming out of their home in cuffs, no charges. They were held for 90 days, finally being released on March 31st.
Yes, they did. I think they took them all but one vehicle.
The Romanian unit investigated them for crimes, and then they were released with no charges into house arrest. And finally, as time was running up to finally charge them, we got to see what those charges were. And there were, in fact, 4 victims listed on the charges against them as an organized crime unit. Those victims were Emma, Untilla, and then also 2 other women that were in their house at that time. Now, I have been very clear to you guys when I sat down with Andrewtate that these 2 women have spoken out repeatedly to say that they were not victims. In fact, they sat down for a longer form interview to say not only were they not victims, but during the 6 days that Emma and Untilla were there, they knew Emma and that she also...
I do believe, I don't know if it's played in this one, but I do believe they mentioned that one of them, the esthetician, I am not sure what her name is at the moment, didn't live too far, but, maybe a couple of blocks from where Gabby was, the Tate brothers' home. Hi, Swarty. Thank you, honey. Arctic Wolf, are you enjoying that pizza? I told you guys it was going to be heavy and it was going to be crazy. I had to watch this video twice because I was just like, what?
So had a great time, that they went shopping with her, that she was never locked down. People are saying online, some people who just cannot accept the fact that these 2 women are not victims, that these women are somehow being coerced to make these statements, that somehow Andrewtate is controlling them from prison, because once he was in prison and he understood that these women, who are his friends and like family to him, according to him and the women, were being listed as victims, he asked them to make a video and clear this up, that this is actually wrong. So people are saying that's evidence that he's still controlling them. Guys, why don't we actually listen to these women in their own words, describe the situation, rather than accepting that prosecutors can demand that somebody is a victim? Why don't you listen to the victims themselves? There would be no incentive if you were actually a...
DK, yes, I have. And tomorrow I will be playing the interview with Tristan. Good job. I can't wait till I'm done. Then I get to eat too. Oh, I know. I'm getting nungry. But, I don't want it to be one-sided, and I want people to understand that there is 3 sides to every story. There's his side or their side, her side or their side, and then the truth that lies in the middle. Could there have been some type of little bit of manipulation or that, the sweet talking? That's their nature. I'm not making excuses for them. Sure, why not? But she's also just as manipulative. And what she thought she was able to get over on other people was not going to work with these men. They are too well-rounded and versed in that whole department. And so she bit off more than she could chew. Yes, those are for tomorrow. Okay, Arthur, so stay tuned for tomorrow because tomorrow I will be playing those.
A human sex trafficking victim, if you were actually being held against your will and the police swoop in and they arrest your captor and he is now in prison, you now have the means to leave. Rather, these women are doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down to say that Andrew and Tristan never imprisoned them and that rather they were all manipulated and lied to by this girl, Emma, who was there for 6 days.
6
Okay?
days.
Take a listen to what those 2 individuals have to say.
Yasmina and Beatrice are personal friends to the Tate brothers. Having been friends before the introduction of Emma and Aliona, the 2 experienced firsthand the traumatizing events that resulted from the false allegations. In an unprecedented interview,
Now, if you could imagine now, these 2 women knew these men before these 2 new ladies came on the scene, and they're now looking at this situation as a whole, and they're like, what the heck is going on? Why would someone do this? Why would someone make these type of allegations? Not only that, but these women had to endure the BS right along with them, even after they were like, no, we're not here. We're not forced to be here. Even though the BBC and social media says there was 4 victims. There was only 2, and there weren't even victims. It was all manipulative. MSM is awesome. Multimedia. Yeah. Got to be careful, people. Please be careful. Sometimes you just got to go with your gut, guys. You just got to go with your gut and be like, this sounds kind of fishy. And after I went back and I watched video after video after video and watched their mannerisms, watched how they behaved, and knowing the history that I have, I'm like, this sounds kind of sketchy. And I had to dig deeper. I got a whole case file on them. And I knew I would find something. And I'm just, yeah. But I'm very happy that every one of you are here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Yeah. I will be on this case like white on rice.
the 2 agreed to sit with false producers
I have to
and
say,
discuss
these
their
women are very
experience.
beautiful, by the way.
When the raid happened, I was out of surgery. I had a surgery a couple of days before the first raid in April last year.
Exactly.
And
they are.
I was down. Beatrice, she was cleaning the first floor. Aliona and Emma,
So this is
they were
Aliona.
also sitting at the table. And at a point, I remember Aliona went up and I also went up because I felt bad. The surgery was a pretty hard surgery. And suddenly I heard...
So let me zoom in on the screen so you guys can actually see this whole screen. I'm going to rewind it just for a second. Okay, I won't. They're okay. I would rate them. I don't know. She's like really, I don't know. I'm really digging this one. This one. She's just something about her. She's very, very, very beautiful.
I had a surgery a couple of days before the first raid in April last year. And I was down. Beatrice, she was cleaning the first floor.
In this particular case, the latter is true. That is my belief.
I had a surgery a couple of days.
Okay, so like we did earlier in the video where we were watching facial expressions and stuff, please take that into consideration. Just watch her facial movements and see, if she's having like any kind of weird flinches or she has a manly jaw. I don't know. I think she's sexy. That's me. And I'm not even into girls, but I think she's beautiful. So anyways, see, you're getting me all distracted. Okay. Just look for any like little micro expressions that she may have. You know, keep an eye on her eyebrows, you know, any kind of weird lip twitch or nose flaring, or if she starts using her hands a lot or something. And just keep an eye on it. Let me know in chat what you notice.
Before the first raid in April last year. And I was down. Beatrice, she was cleaning the first floor. Aliona and Emma, they were also sitting at the table. And at a point, I remember Aliona went up and I also went up because I felt bad. The surgery was a pretty hard surgery. And suddenly I heard...
Înainte ca percheziția să se întâmple în casa noastră, totul era perfect. Era casa unde tu o puteai numi familie, unde te simțeai bine, unde totul era perfect.
There is a difference between what they said their motivation was on coming to Romania and what the actual reason. I personally think that this whole scenario, this was a scenario long before it happened. It was made long before it happened. They were talking about it, and that there is proof and evidence. We have their conversations. You can see them online as well. You have their conversation planning this whole thing.
Niciodată nu s-a pus problema ca cineva să nu aibă voie să iasă din casă sau să fie încuiat în cameră, în cazul în care puteau să iasă și prin garaj, puteau să iasă și prin grădină și ușa tot timpul era deschisă.
Before it all happened, everything was normal. Everything was fine. We were living a good life. Everyone was happy. And then when the whole thing started, everything came as a shock. So basically, Andrew and Tristan have always
probably
been very
like a
helpful,
BBB,
very kind, very
or
good
BBL.
people. And they've always went out and like, oh, I can help you. I can do this for you. Do you need anything? I will make sure that you'll be fine. Let me help you. And what happened was
the fact that she can lift her eyebrows means that she hasn't abused Botox. Their faces are paralyzed. Now, maybe the blonde, but this one, like, she can actually make facial expressions. She may have had a little bit of filler, but I think she's still fairly young. Maybe like in her early mid-20s. Maybe. She may be only like 21. Maybe. I don't know. Not if it is. There are so many. Yeah.
that there are these two girls everyone knows about already, Moldovan from UK, and this Moldovan girl, she had
thank you, Arctic
a lot
Wolf.
of problems. Let's just say she was dealing with a lot, and
I'm not bad for a
they
little old lady.
offered to help her through it, and that's how I met her. She was very kind and very nice at first, and then slowly she started showing some signs, some red flags.
Înainte să îi cunosc pe frații, pe Andrew și pe Tristan Tate, am lucrat ca și producător de emisiuni la o mare televiziune din România. Am renunțat la a fi producător de emisiune și am început să lucrez pe social media.
I first started working as a manager and as a skin therapist over in Norway, where me and some friends, we kind of opened like a skincare company, and it was very fun, but at a point it became too much. It was very stressful, and that's when I decided to go back to Romania, where I focus mostly on working with social media.
I think
it's
that
really
one...
nice being a leader and deciding, having my own life, being able to make my own choices of what I want to do, when I want to do it, and who I want to do it with.
DK.
Tot ceea ce s-a spus în mediul online a fost fals. Niciodată ei nu s-au comportat în vreun mod urât sau jignitor cu cele două, respectiv Aliona și Emma. Am fost mai mult prietenă cu Aliona decât cu Emma.
I think just a little bit too much makeup
de
on the
fiecare
blonde.
dată când Aliona m-a rugat un lucru, mereu am ajutat-o. Chiar Am filmări pe telefon când eu mergeam cu Aliona la mall și mergeam la restaurant și mergeam să ne cumpărăm haine. Deci de aici se poate înțelege că niciodată
Jam,
ele nu au fost puse în ipostaza de a fi sechestrate sau atât.
Emma, I personally met her at Andrew and Tristan's home. We don't live far from each other, so obviously we are like family.
She just said, we don't live far from each other. She wasn't being held captive. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Every time they were coming back to Romania from traveling or business, we will meet. And this girl, Emma, was there, and I met her personally, and she told me how she wanted to.
And so you wonder why the guys have such good skin, you know, this is their, you know, little esthetician. So this is Emma. Okay. This is the one that made the claims. This is the one that came up with that whole idea. Right there. I can't wait.
She was the one that told me that she asked Tristan for help. She wanted to come to Romania to follow her dream, to have her own path, make her own mistakes and own choices. And I was like, oh, this is a cool girl, you know?
Like she hadn't made enough of those previous to meeting Tristan. With that long history of allegations. Where there is people sitting behind bars right now because of her allegations. One of them for 2 decades. One of them deceased himself. I mean, come on. This woman is running. Should say this young lady is running from her own past. And she keeps paving this very, very rough road. Exactly. That's what I said, Arctic Wolf. I mean, this one, and then bring. Yeah. Mm.
And then I personally offered to help her as well. I told her, you know what, if you really want this help, and if you really want to follow your dream, you're new in Romania. You don't know the city, you don't know the country, you don't know anything here. Come live with me. I offered her. I told her, come live with me for a couple of months until you get a job, until you start doing your music and you can rent your own apartment, and we will take it from there. But it wasn't long after that, and the bad things started happening.
So Arctic Wolf, you're very right, because a lady wouldn't behave that way. Women should be, this is just my perspective. Women should be soft and nurturing. Men should be the warriors that go out and protect. And, you know, that's just my belief system. I'm just saying they're the hunter, the gatherer, the protector. And the way Emma has been portraying this the whole time is like, she just has a lot of masculinity and she's wanting that dominance, that control, and that money. And we don't even know what background she's coming from. We don't know who her parents are. There's multiple stories. It's very convoluted. They have one heck of a mess to pick apart. They really do, to get to the bottom of this. They have to dig through a lot. And at this point, with as much evidence that I've just seen here tonight, I can't even, I can say the Tates might be a little overly confident or excessively confident. I can't say overly confident. Excessively confident is probably about maybe, because they like to gloat about the things they have. I mean, as long as it's not hurting anybody, who cares, right? they are trying to teach younger men how to be a masculine male, how to build an income, how to be the leader. And I mean, if that's bad, then I don't know what to say, because if our society is going down the road of a bunch of, feminine men, we're in a lot of trouble. Toe Jam. I love you, Toe Jam.
Again, those are 2 victims that are listed in the indictment documents against the Tate brothers. Do those sound like victims to you? Why are we ignoring them? Why are we just pretending that you think that they're just being entrapped, that they're being controlled, that they are saying these things and that they have no meaning because ultimately they're human sex trafficking victims and they don't know it? Or do you believe that they're telling the truth? Do you believe that it is plausible, at the very least, that Emma told a story to another one of her lovers and it got out of hand, in the same way that we covered extensively the Carly Russell story? Oh, issue, strife with the boyfriend, pretends that she's abducted. Probably never in a million years imagine that the Secret Service and the FBI would get involved and that it would become a nationwide search. Sometimes it happens. You tell a lie, somebody takes you seriously.
What do you mean, salute to feminism? Are you a feminism supporter, Wally? Exactly. Was trying to control and manipulate all men in their lives. Exactly. And she has been getting away with it since she was 15 years old. So what would have made her think that she couldn't have done it now, except for she got a hold of a gentleman or 2 gentlemen and a couple of ladies that were like, there's something really fishy going on. It didn't work for her very well. Are you a supporter, Wally? I am not. I am not. Oh, what is this? Slap your damn self. Okay. Toe Jam. Toe Jam, trust me, that's not one you want to, not her. That the other one is not one that you want to get mixed up in. Exactly. Are you rich? Who's drinking? There were 2 witnesses that say they were not victims, though I thought the holds. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I think it does also. Especially after all of these text messages come up to light, they will be used in court. There was actually 4. 2 of them said that they were not. That was the 2 that you just saw. The other 2 are the 2 that went to London and the French Riviera. Wally, he hasn't answered yet. So what's going on there, Wally? You need to be like, start explaining some stuff. Let's do a little bit of closing on this one.
And they contact the authorities. There are either 2 versions of this fence, that these 4 girls were actually trafficked, that the girls that you just heard from are so deluded and so trafficked and so under their spell and just cannot break away from it, that they're defending the people, defending the 2 individuals that they are being victimized by. You're talking about the most severe case of Stockholm Syndrome that has ever existed. Or a young American woman who's had a very troubled background. Not all of it, perhaps her fault, but at the very least, some of it, likely her fault, right? So met Tristan Tate, thought she was going to live a high-flying European lifestyle, got bored, and decided that she wanted to go on a trip to London and made some allegations that spun out of control.
Right there.
I believe that regarding this particular case, the latter is true. That is my belief. I'm putting it out there. And I know I can't say that because look at this 10-year-old video of him talking about this. Doesn't it mean anything? In this case, it doesn't. In this particular circumstance, it doesn't.
And even if we go back to the video, if you scroll all the way back to the beginning of this video where I played how he was talking, how he was expressing himself, his thoughts and his beliefs, even at that, he didn't traffic anybody. He just said, hey, if you're going to be my woman and this is what you want to do for a living, then you're going to share. It's like that. Would you want to share your significant other? No. Let's see here. What is chat saying? There are other women out there like Emma, though. So it is good to know how to identify the signs and the patterns of this type of behavior. Amen. So, gentlemen, please pay attention. Don't get wrapped up in the BS. And ladies, be ladies. Let a man want to take care of you and want to provide for you, and let him be a man. Let's kind of like revert back to traditional thinking and traditional living, and where men could be men. Let your man be a man and let him be masculine. Ladies, be feminine and soft. Doesn't mean you can't work. Just let them be a man. Let them make some decisions. I know. So what is my response to lesson? No, I don't. I'm a lover, not a fighter. For single guys, that is so you don't fall into the same mad drama. Yes, exactly. Exactly. A gentleman lost his life to this behavior. Getting wrapped up in someone emotionally that wasn't emotionally invested in them. And he probably gave. And when he figured out that she wasn't emotionally invested in him, he just couldn't emotionally handle it. And that's what happens when you're not alpha dominant. If you don't have that kind of control over your emotions and you're able to harness it and use that frustration or anger or your emotions in a good way, be constructive with it, that's the road that it leads you down. And that is too bad. Andrewtate even said that, do you want a girl who will instantly cheat on you for him? No, you got to think logically, guys.
To understand what is happening in this case, you have to unpack how it all went down, and it begins and ends with this girl, Emma. So I implore you guys to look further into this case and to understand that people that are talking about this case are not talking about it necessarily because they think Andrewtate is a pillar example of Christianity and conservatism in America. No, rather, we're keeping an even tone and recognizing that it should not be the circumstance that any person should serve time in prison for a crime that they did not commit. I also don't believe in karma crime. I don't believe that because you hate what Andrewtate said 10 years ago, he should spend time in a Romanian cell. That's not how it works. I also want to say that, again, the Romanian authorities did everything right. Again, imagine that phone call from an American embassy stating that they believe that there was an American girl that was kidnapped on business flight tickets. She was kidnapped and being held against her will. You are supposed to take that seriously, right? This is Eastern Europe and you are dealing with big bad America. They did everything right, obviously. And now they have an opportunity.
And thank gosh, had it not been for her friend Matt, another one of her victims, there would be even more of this going on. Who would have been her next one? Thank gosh that there is a paper trail of this behavior.
Continue doing everything right by informing the public of exactly what's going on. And I believe that them releasing him from house arrest might be a sign that they are recognizing, after having the time to investigate these claims, that perhaps it wasn't what it first looked like, that perhaps the call from the embassy, while it came in earnest, and that young man, Matthew, was definitely concerned for all the right reasons, that he did nothing wrong either. He might have also been defrauded in this circumstance, that upon further inspection, this does seem to be a situation that is spun out of control. So that is why I am following this case. I remain interested in this case, and I believe that although there is plenty that I disagree with that Andrewtate has done and said in the past, I do not believe that he is guilty of the crimes that are being laid at his feet right now. And that's all I'm going to say about that. What if there was someone out there who kept a log of every single thing that you did?
So, thank you all very much. I hope that this these last couple of videos have been able to give you a different perspective and, kind of open your mind just a little bit so you're able to understand where the men are coming from and the situation at hand and how detrimental it can be to someone's life and the dangers that, could potentially happen if this wouldn't have been stopped at Matt, who was the one who called the embassy. So I'm hoping and praying that, we go with our gut and all of this is factual. I mean, a lot of the things that she showed are court documents. So with that being said, I don't believe that these men would make all of these extraordinary allegations against this young woman, and them not be true. So, I mean, we really do have to take that into consideration because there's nine, because there's Matt, there's 9. There's 9 people that can validate all of the messages and things that have gone on in this 4-year period since 2017. This has been going on since she was 15 years old. And I do hope that she gets the help she needs and the men get the support that they need and the other men that are involved in this also. Chat, do you have any questions or anything? I will be doing the interview with Tristan Tate tomorrow evening. So please be here for that. I will set it up in my community post about what time I will be starting it. You're welcome, Arctic Wolf. I know it. A lot of people, they only got to hear bits and pieces from either social media or the news, and a lot of it's kind of like you really have to kind of dig for it, unless you are subscribed to a couple of these people that can help, bring it out and show you the other side and show you what some of the evidence is. I am also going to find the videos of her walking around of the footage that they released. So you guys yourself can see that, she wasn't held in a dungeon somewhere. So it'll be probably around 8:00 Pacific time. I get all of my info from the Telegram. I'm going to have to check that out. Are you here in the States or are you overseas, DK? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, by the way. Is that like a website? I'll have to check it out. Is that like a channel or the Telegram? What exactly is it? I thought the Telegram was like a newspaper or what is it called? Like the BBC type of. I'm in New Zealand. Aw, my mommy's there. My stepmommy's in New Zealand right now. Yeah. She's out there on her holiday. Isn't it like a news channel? Oh, okay. I gotcha. Morse code. Okay, everyone. On your way out, please hit that like and subscribe button. I love you all. You all have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow evening. I will be here 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you all so very much. It was a pleasure to meet you, DK. Now I get to go get some yum-yums. Mwah.